Alright everyone, welcome back. Let's see if we can get on, on, ah, there it is. Right here. Test audio. Maybe it's a little mute. Let's fix that right here. Let's fix the volume real quick. We're gonna make it like 150 of course. So yeah, test, test, test. Ah, ah. So you know, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe let's buff it up a little bit. More like this right here. 150. Ah, 150. Guys, welcome back. Yeah, we'll do this for now. Let's see. Yep, it's there. Now, let's do it. Now, we're going to head out to today. We are not doing dual weapons today, but today we got a WICSO stream today. I must say I feel bad for anyone is new. Alright, don't know what this is, but probably I want Europe to be formed by only 5 countries. Alright, but what are those 5 countries that they go? Anyways, we're not here for WICSO right now, but I will put a timer till we get to like 10 minutes before and of course select. Today, we're going to do one of the biggest things we haven't done in 2 years. What thought was possible on this channel is now possible again. We're going to play Garden Warfare 2. Yes, the return of Garden Warfare Sundays. They're back after a long time. So yeah, it might take a while, but that's how it is, of course. Well, so yeah, yeah, let's see what happened. Let's just see what. Let's just pause it for real quick. Yep. Let me just pause it real quick. Yeah, just yeah. Let me fix this real quick. Oh, folder. Let's fix this real quick. I managed got fixed. Got fixed. It'll just take a while since it's like 10 years now. 10 years since this game released. So yeah, check for updates. Yeah, they had this anti-block, but we managed got Garden Warfare Sundays back after a long time. And today, we can just do anything like now. Now we got multiplayer. We got so if you want to join, you can join. It's our kid, 26,000. Yeah, this takes so long. EA Javelin and to cheat. I bet it's like, yeah, that is right. And now it's launch. Launch. Yeah, I have to deal with this every day. Now we managed to get Garden Warfare to that. After a long time, managed got me. Now, there we go. Uh, let's make this full screen. Let's turn up the volume. You can hear it, right? So yeah, I'm gonna say you can all hear. Don't want to play that because. So yeah, we got. Yeah, I managed to get this game yesterday. So yeah, managed to complete some of the missions. We got a lot done. So yeah, I played this game twice, and this is so far what happened. Except for the air thing. I don't know what happened there, but anyways, let's play. Now, the control, yeah, I'm still in control. I was still a control player now, but let me just activate a timer until we reach the finale of WICSO. So you have 2 hours and 17 minutes left. That's how long we got left. So yeah. Now let's just head over. Yeah. So yeah, we need mouse sensitivity. Max, we need to make it bigger. Drone mouse sensitivity. So yeah, we need to make it like this. Your gamepad sensitivity, mouse sensitivity. So yeah, we're going to make that larger. Gamepad vibration. We don't have a gamepad, so I don't know what it is, but aim time. Hold to aim, toggle aim. Yeah, we're gonna stay with those settings for now. And then, yeah, still a little stiff. Let's fix that. So yeah. Yep. We're gonna just need to make it a little bigger. Oh yeah, mouse seems. So yeah, let me just do this. Yep, much better. Now, we're gonna do story mode all over again. My goal is to at least get all 3 of them. So yeah, initialize. Read friends. These things are communicate. You know the whole jig. Wait for an yeah. We gotta head to the hot dog scene. So yeah, nice. Yeah, they're guard. Yep. Let's do this. Yeah. Nope. Let's head back. Yeah. Citron. Yeah, this is really cool. There we go. What is 1 plus 2? 3. Are you fond of the secret originations? Not sure if by chance you would gladly accept. Continue. Here we go. Yeah, I just want to get the mission. Yeah, let's max up until it's too fast. So yeah, much better. Well, there we go. Yeah, I'm about to drop the switch if I try to do that again, but let's just try it. Alright, I think under here is good, but yeah, I'm moving down and rolling with speed. Let's look at Dave. Yep. Yep. There we go. Yep. You wanna know what game this is? This is Garden Warfare. This is Garden. I am playing. Can you confirm that you're not a piece of buttered toast? Bro. 3. Yes. By chance you invite to a secret organization, would you accept flattery? So. Oh good. Not mention the secret. How to recruit the secret. Oh. Welcome to Lead. Dave Font found. We got the missions. Yep. Yep, now we got it. Let's get them. We're gonna save Probably Stone Fjord. We're gonna save. Oh, we wasted it. How do we power down? Right now. This is all. Yeah, let's just walk. Alright. We're heading to the objective. Full jump. Let's head to him. We're going. Yep. Right into around Alpha. He dead. Now, let's head over here. Keep going up. Now, we reach. Broke stump. Nah. Alright. Yep. We did not use Alice with plan to say what we need. So now, let's keep going. Lead complete. Now. There's chairs right here. just keep going. Come on, keep going. Keep going. Let's go. I feel like he's gonna watch test what goes on. Take out the take out the zone. So yeah, we're gonna keep moving. Go. Five more. Yeah. I did not know we were. Where's how's he? How do you? You should got me. Now, where are we heading from? No. Hey, remember. Yep. And who is this? Yeah, we do know. Well, what's going? We know who's wrong. We know who's wrong. Take him down. Boss, take him. Oops. Yeah, we just knew. Yeah, keep going. Yes. Good. Lead the way again. Now we got him back. We made him happy. He'll return with Grumpy. See? Grumpy is giving you plans to stay by. Grumpy behind. See ya. Now we got plan 1 day. Now, plan 2. See, plan. Now, I feel like Citron, we're not right now. We're going with baby sugar, but we need Colonel. Since he's the closest thing to foot soldier, but it's corn. Ours read. Summon out. First of all, I don't care. We need this person with me. We need him. I don't care if he's the powerhouse. And then we need a guy with shield. So yeah. Yeah, down so we got skin changer. Now let's rank the positions where nothing on the north. On the west Open flank. Yeah, I plan my strategy. Oh, nice. On the east, right here. On the south, right here. But yeah, bad position, but oh, good take. Good take. Yeah, but let's take one huge. That's it for now. But we will grow more of these in the future, but right now we're going to stay what we have. Now, let's do wave 1. So they good, y'all. Now, rallies. Let's take them down. Those are never. No. We got sit from every week. Thank you. Now, yeah, take him there. Whoa, we all fall for that 3 minutes. We're going to put chunk have this one. Now, nope. Cute. Yep. Here we go. And that was kind of a bad position. It is what it is. What? Cookie scouts. We got it. We gotta take them down. I know it's bad to find a little, but we'll do what we do. Yeah, those are not scouts. They kind of still not cookies. We'll do. No. Nope. Those are not good. No. Nope. And they'll take out these. Yeah. Now, let's switch over to him. So yeah. There we go. Oh no. Alright. Yeah, it's the first 2 missions, and we're already dealing with each one. Alright. Fine. Look, we should have chosen. Yeah, we're just moving. It's moving. Yeah. Alright. Don't worry. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Side down. Side down. And we're bound. Yep. This is our first time on WICSO and we're getting slain. But it's alright. Yeah, this. Now. And we managed to successfully escape. So yeah. Got 5,000. And then get back to the backyard. Yeah, we do have plenty of time, so yeah, we're going to head down to we're gonna still edit the video, but let me get you right back. Give me some more. And get my wall back. So yeah, let's head back. Yeah, we managed to get Golden Warfare 5 though still. Non-PC2 Black Pound. But we'll win or we'll lose. You don't know. Black Pound. So yeah. One need freight. Looks definitely. What is that? One need more. That's a visual. You'll see it. Flag of Pound. Watch it. You'll never fall. Yeah, they just launched nukes. Yeah, I did not know it was on 7. I did not know drops on stats to nuclear weapons. Weapons of mass destruction view. Maybe. So yeah, we're going to hit them and take them all down. Don't worry, we got spin. Now head over here. Get to right here, and then there we go. Let's hurry up. Hold the tower. Yeah, we got the electric cannon. No! Oh, we lost. I'm in today. We lost to it. Not the other one. Ah, there we go. Cool. There we go. Ground food's gone. So we lost to go back. There we go. And we don't. I know we should. Yeah, I know we should. No, we can't. Stay away from the camera. Ah, there we go. Someone's gonna stay. Hopefully, stay away. We got two left. We're about to get cool ahead. Thanks. Look. My flag seems strong. Ah, now. So yeah, big. We completed the course. Yeah, there we go. Fireworks in nature child. Let's go. Cool. Now I could start another duel, but today, since there's a WICSO episode, we're going to make that exception. So yeah, let's do it. Let's go. And let's go. Now my original plans, if I didn't have this game, it might have been probably like Minecraft behind too. And also maybe a little late too. But now we got this game, so yeah. Plans change. And I hope I do not get too much game fatigue since I just got these games and then just forgetting them. So now we got. Now let's do this. Got him. Got Chopper. And let's play safe. Going to get him again. Going to bring back him. Yeah. This is my original setup. How I play. Oh, guard ops. Now we're going. Yeah, this is already bad stuff. The back is good. The good for the back. West and East? Oh man. Anyways. Yeah, this might been pretty good. Let's head over here. So yeah. Yeah. Got them saying so yeah, let's head over here. Now, gotta fight some. Yeah, let's fight them. normal fireworks. There we go. Yeah, I could have used the speeds, but yeah, the speed is used. Now let's go with him. And then plus 2. This is like toward. Yeah, we got 1. Maybe 1 to 10. There we go. There. Yeah. Got ninja. Now. See ya. Oh, we instantly got killed. But yeah, we got instantly killed. Yep, just we need to revive. Something revive. Yeah. I did not know these bitches. What are these bitches? Are they used in the genre of group pain? What are they? They're that strong. I don't know. The rules of ninjas from Ninja. I'm telling you. Those that have to be this world working. In that group, they're strong. Yeah, I'm not fine alone again. Or fools. West. Boy! No. Yeah, where did they get from Master Room? Yo, wait, I'm actually. Yeah, we need. Thank you for finishing the job, Sean. Yeah, they are actually strong. Yeah. I swear, if I see that, I'm out. Who did it win? Yeah, no way. This was easy mode. This had to be me. Now we got wait. Sensei, we won. No way, this can't be true. This guy, he's not even beat. Oh, please tell me he's out there. Got 5. Take him down. And of course. No. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna see them all. Run, 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 run. Don't mess my head. Yeah, I'm it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's how important this person is. This person carries their life. Shout out to this person. The most important character. No. Yeah, we would have destroyed. Now, yeah, it's mission 3. Mission 5, folks. So yeah, we're going to continue. Citron's a bounty hunter from, yeah, based off the PvP2 game. Yeah. And no one's chatting yet. So yeah, I'm thinking we need them now. Yeah, we're going. I don't care if we. We're getting a few. We're going to unlock some more. Yeah, we don't care. We can make up the depth. We're going to use it until like 300, 275. Yeah, we're going to do this all. We're going to catch them all. Garden warfare's bad. So yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. Got one right here. And got one right here. Continue. Continue. 1A. 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 180. And finally, 1A. There we go. And you know what? We're going to do gamble half. Yeah, right. Half these things. That's the rules of this now. We're going to get half right here. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, just be glad we didn't get another variant. Now, I will not talk. But you can go to your Steam. Fine. I'm not going to show you. But we didn't get it. So yeah. Now, got 3 Ps now. In our collection. Now we're going to hit out and get some more. So yeah, we're going to head over back to them. And then going to get boom tunes. Then we're about to blow up Zama's space. Like Iltron. Like marking your 2 people vulnerable. Let's do this. Boom tunes. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna run as fast as we can. Take a turn on the night. Place fireworks. Fire back. And when did they get sensitive back? When did they get parents back? No way they're that strong. No way they're that strong. No way they're that strong. They heal up. We're heading back. There's no way they're that strong. So yeah. How are the ninjas actually? taken out one by one. Yeah, you see me throw a ball. Pretty good. So yeah, let's take another one down. There's another one fights us. There we go. Now, let's get another one down. This third. Oh no. Yeah. There we go. Take down one. Take one down. Now, got a bunch of football players. Not the one mixed his edits. If you're not from America. If you're from America, you know who they are. If you're not from America, you know who they're not. Here we got football. They're hockey players. So yeah, if you're from Canada, you know who they are. If you're not, you go. Oh, and we're getting destroyed this. We just got destroyed this. How to do that? We lost half. Alright, this has to be better. This has to be. And now, let's head. Yeah, we're gonna blow up those from that. But before that, we need to heal up. Heal me up, right? Yep. Yeah, I have a feeling. While we heal up, I got a feeling. What if this is not me in their time? After this mission, we'll explain more what my feeling means. Yeah, what I mean is, what if they could be just know that they're working together? Well, they know they are fine, but this becomes an endless fight of all. They just kept fighting and fighting, just for the purpose of their being to keep your war out. And their borders are pretty insane. So yeah, this is kind of a good, because there's barely, what, if they're tanking, they'll just come. But in this case, they did not come. So yeah, oh, no, Michael Jackson. Yep, because think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Yep. And we're getting this fruit. Michael Jackson is coming back. Not only in the movie, but in the game as well. And boom! Oh, boom. There we go, we're almost getting. There we go. You're falling, Michael Jackson. Now rest. Got 2 achievements now. Let's do it. Now, we head over here. You have a proven to date that you have what it takes is not to be a choice. This is process. You have been awarded of a badge of niceness. Now, the agents of the league. You have been awarded an orb of pearl. Place it on any object verifying orbs, such as a pedestal of orbit. Who knows what will happen? Eric, no fingers, stares at you all. Orbs are great. So yeah. Everyone, which pearl we're going to take? I don't know. You need to choose a pearl to open. So yeah, we're going, yeah, first of all, I'm never going to, because there's a person that I hate, and it's this person. This person is so easy. Goats. Although, they'll just turn into a bunch of messes. And also LeBron, and also many other goats. So yeah. We got him, he's pretty good. And then him, yeah, we're just running this game. So yeah. We're going to the corner. We go. So yeah. This is the full advertisement of the game. What happened? So yeah, welcome to comp. So yeah, affirmative. 4 missions. Platoon. We're ready to move out. Affirmative. Z-Tech Factory. So yeah, we're going to do no. Come on, think. Kernel corn. Yeah. Let's make a good mix now. Going to do citron. So yeah, let's. First of all, important need a lock, but it could be a need. And then we're going to for once, we're going to need to do this. It's not the exact strategy, but it'll do from them. Yeah, we got this yeah, this had to the left. Yeah, this is chickens. For 1 mil, for $1,000 a day. Would you work? To me, in a way, if it's $1,000, yeah, I think you're cool. Just need this guy himself, put on some paint, and then just do some side research. It'll be probably, it may be decently easy. So yeah, we got it. Let's do this. Now, got a bunch of them. So yeah, we need to defend all sides. Well, this is probably the best, I think, since we got the upper ground. Let's see a bunch of these people, of course. Now, speaking of 1984, yeah. We shout Furies. And the team's also kind of familiar. I think the Plains are probably Eurasian. Zombies, Oceanian, and then the Gnomes are Eastern. That's my theory. of right now. But except they just don't switch teams. They don't. They're not actually fighting. They all fight against each other. So yeah, that here can also happen. 0-0. Ah. And then this guy is struggling with me. And then we managed to successfully get him. Yeah, for a chomper, he did good. Now, let's head to the next one. Take up the soldier. You're outnumbered. Nuh-uh. We're the one who outnumbered them. A massive weight. We can stand our ground. We can make. We can make. We can make. We try. Let's go. Deep. Yeah. Ah, these guys. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might have been more of an opportunity than playing team, but hey, at least it'll go. Don't let the edge live. Yeah. I won't wait. You take him out. Ah, no. Got started first now. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah. Got more damage. Shoot. There we go. Shoot. So, yeah, his combat, I think, to be as I think he's the worst of them all. For the other zones, so, but the best thing about it is it's Mexican. Yeah, it's unlike the words. Yeah, it's pretty good. You don't get anything left because it's Mexican. That's it. Now, sounds right here. Then got this group of zombies. Yeah, let's charge after them. Take out WICSO. Escape here. Escape. Now we got two of these special soldiers right here. Probably highly So yeah, let's do this. Go. Nice try. And then target him right here. There we go. That was a long fuck. Let's see if they can return me. What time is it? Which they do, but now, gotta get. Oh man, the clankers of that. Well, let's take these clankers out. Well. Yo, keep going down. Not good to see them all. There we go. Well done, soldier. Got the intel. Alright. Yeah, we got 1 hour and 27 minutes left till the finale. Alright, let's. Alright, turn back through it. So yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we're now. Let's head to what he has got to say now. So yeah. Oh, it was a normal, but we're going to keep it on that for now. Since we're not winning, of course, yet. Let's take down the Black Tusk. We now know the enemy's plans, and they are big. They're planning to ship the world's largest follow-up nuke juice back to Z-Tech Code. Yeah, that has to be atomic bomb. Yeah. You Oppenheimer's project. You heard me, nuke juice. But we have plans to roll. We must steal the nuke juice project until we can extract the card. Without affirmative. We can do this. Quick, get to the area. Let's go. Now, 10. Alright, now, there we go. Destroy these bombs. Yeah, this is too fly. We're about to get jumped. I feel like I'm gonna get jumped badly. So yeah, there's the nuke juice. We gotta take it down before it gets to it. I won't let you take zombies destroy the nuke juice. You'll never. There you go. They're gonna try to destroy this juice. This looks tasty, though. Be away from it, you filthy animals. Yep. Here's one sniping the ball. You did call me so. Get back on. Back on. Back on. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wait. Gotta hurry up. We can't live there. Snowing it. Cannonball. Oh, cannonball. Yeah, fruit. Yeah, we got with fruit. After that. Somehow, yeah, we did not do, but we're getting this done very quick. Affirmative. So yeah, 0 bar 30. Behold the tactical move. Tactical cute. Yep. For that, you gotta play one of the sound effects. Yep.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Yep. That's what we gotta play. Yep. Yeah, we're back. Guard Wolf Sun is up. Now, behold the tactical nuke. Filled to the brim, nuke juice. The ultimate plant-based weapon. Yep. This plant is dangerous. I trust only myself. Yeah, they're saying this is the most powerful. Yeah, it can't even move. So yeah, what use could it be? I need your help too, brother. Your job provides air support. Don't let me down. Popping barrel. Pull the bird and ready to go. What are you waiting for? Come out to me. E. Now we got. Alright. 2Z. I'm moving out. Keep me away from the zone. Yeah, but. Yeah, we can't see. Oh, we're just going to shoot it, right? Just keep them safe. Oh, man, look. We're done. So, yeah. Switch to right here. Take him down. Keep it down, keep it down, keep it down. Keep it down, keep it down, keep it down. You cannot fail. Yep. Yeah, I'm just copying them and seeing for just sleep. Yeah. You'd be like, no! And it just grabs your stuff. Yeah, that is pretty insane. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no, we gotta protect him. You're not going anywhere. Scientists. Oh no, not Michael Jackson. Take him down. Take him down with the nukes. Take him down. I see we nuke. No, going in. Not going in. Come on. Let's go. Where is he going to? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Now we're going to go. Oh, no. Yeah, the game. I feel like we're doing more damage. Oh, oh no. Oh, oh, wait. We caused Bizarre Bomber to die. Now quest complete. Got 3 chances now. So yeah. Ancient corn. We got all of it. We got the next badge. Now, let's see about where we're going to head next. Let's head to this person right here. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got to ask the colonel. And then we got Agents of League. And we got proceed to the next agent. So yeah, we got all this happening. Now we head to our relative throne. And then we proceed to go on. And we're doing this all in normal mode. Yeah, this is pretty fantastic. So yeah, imagine just, yeah, all the difficulties right here. Yeah, we're gonna stay. So yeah, we're gonna keep going. I'm in. Now we're heading to the triangulation station. J station. Luckily it's peaceful. Luckily there's no zombies. Hopefully. Oh no, is that a zombie? How did this happen? Yeah, definitely not going to came out of nowhere. So, no, came out of the houses. So, not. Yeah, they're also from the future, so yeah. Keep going on. Yep. Now we got this going on. But yeah, we didn't forget about you. So yeah, 82% done. Oh, we gotta stay in the circle. Oh. Yeah, let's see. Oh, we gotta stay in the circle. So yeah, circle, not circle. So yeah, we gotta stay in the circle. And already done. Action was successful. Let's second triangle. So yeah, second triangle coming up. Yo, you gonna help us, right? Fire them off, fire them off. They did not fire me. I'll waste a part. I'll waste a plot. I could have used this as a burn, but decided not to. For part of it. Now, we got a bigger circle. Definitely not going to trap some flankers. Come on, flank food. Flank food. So yeah, there we go right here. There's more things coming. I want. Yeah, there's one down. There's another one. There we go. Yeah, let's keep going. Keep going. There we go. Now we got the third triangle. But for that, we need to heal up. Yes, they could have told us with something like Superman variant. I don't know. They could pull one of those hired guys. They could pull up one of those people. Yeah, we don't know. But anyways, let me heal up. And we'll be good. So yeah, it's good. Now anyways. Yeah, we're going. Now there better not be any more clankers that I got seen. Even the VR guys. Yeah, at least they're not like clankers, but 7, 8, 9. There we go. Cutscene. Oh, this guy right here. Brains. Z7. Who's he? Oh man, it's Giga Clanky. Giga Clanky. Yeah, he's not even stunned. He didn't stun it. Let's get out of here. Heal us up. Heal us up. Heal us up. What's up? We got the heal. Thank you. Yeah, at least you can't get inside. That's the best part. Horrible. Oh, he grabbed his. Got 4 achievements now. So yeah, let's head back to mid to A2. Now, got negative rings. And we got 1 hour. So, yeah. Now, let's take them down. We're heading to the moon. Hopefully, we'll see Vector there. I wonder, if Vector was in this game, what would he do? I think he might be King Plant, since although he HP might actually be part of the team. Plus, his suit's also matched, and so yeah, of course, why not? But we're not going to use Citron. You know what? We're not going to use it. Instead, we might use another. We were down Wolf 5, never going to use him. You know what? We're going to use the underrated. Come on, let's do this. We're not going to use Citron for this one, even though I probably need it. We're bringing back the OG team. So yeah, let's go all in. Now, yeah, this is the only thing we got. And this is a terrible position. Why did he do that? Yeah. We are surrounded on the look front. This. Yeah. Watch this. We're on the move. There we go. Slows. Now, let's plant our plants. It sounds weird, but one do. Let's also get one right here. Yeah, that. Why is this everywhere? Anyways. There's never one right. We'll do one right here. We'll do four right here. And then got another building. Please don't fail me. Dispatch security. West Wave 1. And we're going to do this right here. And it's those VR arcades right here. And they look like the kids with VR. Yeah, those are your typical dual attack players, of course. This is your typical guerrilla attack. Typical guerrilla attack player. Yeah, that is what it is. Now we got quest 2. And then we got them. Let's do this. We are the reps. Share thing. They are sniped. Yeah. And we got, yeah, take a water break. Wait. Now, 10 1,000. Yeah, we got 1,000 clankers to fight. A clanker, man. What is that? I did not know. So I'm about to say that. Ah. Yeah. Ah. 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 You got one. Oh, he did not get the thing. Yeah. Chomper is hard on. No, don't put him in the oven. Right. You can't eat metal. There we go. Clinker now is gone. And now he got another one. Got another one. Quest 4. Conquest Peace. Oh, you don't. Nope. Yeah, I used to have a collection of them. Hopefully, we're not going to use it. Yeah, Steam is always on. Yep, lead it away. Here yet. Where's the chomp? Where's the others? Got the issue. Yeah, gotta go heal me. Come on. There. Is that good a thing? No. That's good. Yeah, I think we should have brought in the 6th round, but we do not care. Bring in one. Bring it up front line. I'll bust potatoes. It will be good. Let's hope we don't lose bad. And sunflower, this sounds good. And we got Giga Clinker gone. Just like that. There we go. And that was awesome. Yep, we're good. Alright. Now, we got the next one. Back to back. Now, I said now too much, so yeah. Let's head back up for another task. So yeah. Spacey, we got to do a showdown. And those missions are incredibly short. So yeah, we're going to give it a chance. I will run ahead. So yeah, and away we go. Let's find. Alright, first of all, cat's saying it. Let's go. Oh, again. Can we change the skin to the cat? It's too bad. Alright, we're just. Yeah, let's change the skin back to 6 round. So yeah, 2, 1. There we go. 2, 3. That's fast. Already. And it. Excuse me. What do you do? Take me down. No, no. You're scared. Yep. Alright, next. Scared from the scared. So yeah. I understand. Anyway. Objective. Yo, we got 3 of them. Yo, we got 3 of them. Hashtag free iron ball. Alright. Yeah, we're glad to see you too. His name's Iron Ball. I was chasing down, but man, it's like I messed up and ended up getting captured. Now that you're here, get taken down as a team. But you gotta bless me out first. Real regard, yeah, that's a key. A good job. Won't know what I am. You'll get the key. Get me out. Wait here. So yeah, let's do this. Let's head and face this clanker. Hey, clanker. Yo, he's ripped down. And rockets. He's ripped down. There we go. There we go. EA Sports in the game. Used to be in the game. Now, it's gone. Here we go. Let's free him. And you're free. Found the key. Now let's go find them. I saw him head towards town. Let's roll. You can roll. Alright, you can. How are you done? Alright, good. Alright, you. Yeah, good. Yeah, we managed to get. Ah, this is a shrimp. Come on, shrimp. You can do it. I'm not going to question that. We're good. We're calm. Let's just try to push them off the water, and we'll be good. Let's just push them off the water. Say try to push them off the water. Sure. I did before, and we can do it again. So yeah, let's go push them off. Right here. And breathe. Ah, we did it, but in a way, So yeah. Yeah, I did. We managed to stop them, but the cost of me. I know the call next time I go. Shrimp count. Now that was some prime time bounty. So yeah, we completed plus one. Tango Tango. Uh, oh yeah, and I know there's a secret down here. Oh yeah. But yeah, there's some. Yeah, the gnomes. Yeah, we got also collect the gnomes too. So left him. Keep going. And roll out. So yeah, we made a good team. This is cool backfoot thing. One drop of it. Now go. See. Oh yeah, we forgot about like some chests and gnomes. So yeah. Get this for you. Oh yeah, and also we gotta go back right here. But oh, collect a gnome right here. Oh yeah, chest. And another gnome. Yeah, these guys, those are a third enemy that I collect. So yeah. Number 2, collect 2. Let's also grab one of these. So yeah, fresh is best. So yeah, really good. And now we sadly have to return that one. And come on, 40 minutes. Let's see. I have it. Yeah, I admit the cast was good. The cast is good. But other than that, I still hate the way. Still. You are the worst player. I want to say that. Why is there 2 Here's this one. Oh yeah, this one right here. Yeah, I'm not sorry for destroying the battle. Get good. So yeah. Ancient Rose, blah blah blah. Yeah, blah blah blah. The Wand of Sweet Spirits. Yeah, you're going to, yeah, you're going about. Today you're about to die. Say goodnight. Yeah, I'm not here for that. But now we got Citron. Return of Citron. And now we got Head Out. And you know what? We're bringing Cactus. Cactus, welcome to team. Sunflower, they're cool. And let's make something new. This one's Colonel. Colonel, welcome. Now we'll go ahead. Yeah, I love the first into this. Alright, watch this bounce. Not one person in case, just jump. So yeah, this is fun. I'm gonna just try to do, yeah. Space just. Yeah, let me just do one. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. I think I should have planned strategy 4, 3, 2, and then got 1. There we go. Enough to take out the 1. Now, let's go ahead and take it. That crafty prawn is right the summer. So yeah. We're 2 sides. Yep. This is the worst. Yeah. That's why I don't like losing numbers. They put us in an arena. Like the road. Yeah. We're done. And we're fired. So yeah. Oh, we got the brooms. Alright. I like brooms, but why did you put us in the set? So yeah. We didn't need to do anything. We just did all the kills. For a key point. And then, bam. Now, we got these. There we go. Now, this is what we got. The wand is near. Senses power. A huge wave is approaching. Oh man, it's every and also why they want to take that. Yep, you're just another one. Who are you? Yep. We're missing some. Come on. What skills? And we got these guys too. They're not. Now we got them down and now. There he is. Now one more thing. Now we gotta take them down. There's 3 more. There. And we got a wave complete. We're taking out the big guns. We're going up. The barn is closed. since it's present. Oh, nah, nah. Yo, I you know what this is. Come on. Yo. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Remember this kid. Yeah, he is annoying. So yeah, let's try to take him down. But you not found cases. Let's do this. So yeah, take him down. Yeah, we got. Gotta take that. Easy. And then they just. And we got the one. Alright. Now we got there we go. Yeah, there. Now, number one, that's dust. And then, we got 40 minutes left, but anyways. Alright, now we got this down. So yeah, powering potential. Yo, I don't care about it. Just get me out of here right now. I want out. Come here at once. Let's try out this one. Time is not ours to waste. Let's see what conjures here. In fact, I like to see what you can do. Help me bring some beauty numbers. We'll start with some of you. Remember, you control the one. This does not control you. Start the match. Juror Barb. There we go. We conjured a barbecue. Now, try something more elegant. We'll do this. I'm as much as I want to be you, regardless of the machine. I am. I'm sorry. I don't want. And then, what did I do? I'm doing my job. Now, let me just get. I want some views. Simple but broken. Then We got Dave right here. The Dave Easter Island statue. He sings a bell. Let's see what this barbecue can do. I better not get jumped, or else I'm out. I'm about to take out Rose. Yeah, you're never going to see Rose ever again. I'm going to take him down. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Pretty good. Pretty good. As long as just... Yeah, I'm fine. It wasn't one as big, but he'll be good. And just froze. I'm done. Yep. Expect. We got free. Why do not? You just didn't pull it in. You are just, yeah, easy boss. Something has gone wrong. And you're bad. No, if I see a name that says Rose, you're getting a timeout for a whole month. Yep. On YouTube chat, of course. Yep. There we go. Well, that's a good way to put it. So yeah, keep going, keep going, and I don't care. Now, head down to right here, and we got a bunch of goats right here. That goat meat. You're just not united. United now. United. You're just united. Close the gate. And there we go. One gate gone. Another one. You're really good at dealing with goods. Well, nah, I mean, that's the easy one. Need. Oh, and the zombies will work. Of course, yeah. Why what they? See it. Get a good chunk of food. Get a good chunk of food. But yeah, we forgot you. Yeah, we're going to continue destroying this right here. And there we go, seal it all. And that's another thin stone gone. There we go. I don't know what that was. Is that hard? It didn't look. Of course it is. Yeah, I am not going for exactly that. Because I know what it is. I know what it is. It's going to be goat man. But let's see. Oh no. Oh no. This is just one of those spawners, but goats. Take him down. Take him down. We're ready to seal it back to wherever it came. Seal it. Seal it. Seal it. Seal it. There we go. And oh no. The gargantuan. The goat. Gargantuan. We're gonna call it the goat. We're gonna call him King Goat. What? So yeah, continue, come down, take him down. Just a giant goat. Go. Yeah, he's nothing under that arm. He's nothing. Big speech. Big speech. Do the thing. You are nothing. You lose. You lose. You get nothing. You lose. Now good day. Now, I'm not your majesty. I'm not a majesty. Never in a million. USA #1. There we go. Yeah, we're taking your loot and we'll leave. Yeah, we're taking your loot and we'll leave. Now, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to stop here for now, and because we got 29 minutes left. So yeah, we're just going to stop here, and we're going to give you all let me find a place to stop at. So yeah, go talk to day 5, and then we're going to head over. It's right here. So yeah, it was great working with you. Goodbye for now. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Rip Dave Bot. You'll probably never be missed by. But we'll miss him though. We'll miss him. But yeah, never mind. Never know. It's been collected. Oh yeah, let's roll up into a ball and fall down in style. That was an easy one. Yeah, now let's keep going up here. And we go here, here. Let that know. Go at you. Now we found the lab. But we're going to talk to Dave Bot 2001, but not yesterday, because we quit. we just completed all 4 of those missions. All 4 agents in one day. And we played for 2.5 hours, got 7 achievements, got 11% of the game. So yeah, we did all that. So yeah. But now, I'm going to be right back. Cause, then. So yeah. But while you do that, let's see who's next. Yep. Now, let's add more. So yeah, while we wait, you can just watch this episode of WICSO, and then we'll head on out. I'll be back. Alright, we're back. We're back. We got 19 minutes left.
Work to
Alright, let me just.
there are space
This my view that gives 20 minutes. So yeah.
is your last
Nope.
work.
Yeah, let's do what's spread.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a
Over the weekend, Netflix dropped what was arguably their most daring live stream yet. It featured legendary climber Alex Honnold scaling the 1,667-foot Taipei 101 tower in Taiwan. No ropes, no harness, no safety net, just a man, a chalk bag, and the wind 101 stories above the ground. It was a heart-stopping success, but today, the internet isn't talking about the climb. It's talking about the paycheck, which Honnold states is, quote, an embarrassingly small amount. Reports indicate Netflix paid the free solo star roughly $500,000 for the 90-minute spectacle. Now, to most of us, $500,000 for a morning's work sounds like a dream. But in the world of professional sports and global media, Honnold says it's a pittance.
Listen, what do you mean Alex Honnold only got paid $500,000 to climb that tower in Taipei?
If I was paid $500,000 to just climb it, I might have accepted or denied it for climbing that if I don't get hurt.
I have so many questions.
Honnold pointed out that the athletes in Major League Baseball have 9-figure contracts, even the players no one knows, while adding that if given permission, Alex would have done that climb without the paycheck at all. And while it is the most he's ever been paid,
Yeah. But let's see. Who will win this war? The Dutch and Russians or Norway and other teams? Yeah. Who will win? The Dutch versus Norway. To me, I think Russia is too weak to find them since. Although time is faster and they could have rebuilt faster. I think compared to Poland, Ukraine, they're not that powerful. But let's see who's in this war. Let's see who's in this war. Yeah, don't give me an ad.
Confirm our commitment to our cause.
Let's see who's in this war. There's the French, the Dutch, and Russian all work together. Those are the only contenders. Meanwhile, the Alternites. Alright, is this really a contest? The Alternites are going. Yeah, I think they're going to win. Because Alternites yeah, they're probably going to easily take them down with no problems, no matter all. They're going to take Dutch land. This might actually be the final time we see the Dutch, though. Because we never, well, we did see them defeated twice, but in this scale, yeah, they're kind of. But at the same time, the Dutch could take out Doggerland and kind of break the treaty very easily. With, well, them there going, yeah, they might actually do it. Plus, Rome is not in this war. Germany is still recovering. So yeah, they might recover their lanes back. So on one hand, they could win. On the other hand, they could. But Russia could technically. So yeah, they might win. But it could go different. They could win, and Russia loses. Russia wins, and Dutch loses. It could happen any other way. We don't know. But now, I think, let me see who will win. I believe it'll go to a Dutch victory. Since there's obviously a big pattern. Whoever invades a country managed to win the war. So yeah, I think the Dutch is obviously going to win. They could not win, or they could not win. But there's a small chance where it could also go like Russia, where they just invade another country and they lose. Like in the last 7 episodes. So yeah, they could win or they could lose. But I think, in a way, they all lose in the end. Will this war be worth it? No. So yeah, we got 13 minutes left on the clock. So yeah, let's play the snake game real quick. Let's see how much we can get. There we go. There we go. One right here. 10. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, we're wait, can we just do this? Dude. We can do this. There we go. Yep. I know. Let's get this one. There we go. One up here. I tried first and as fast as I can. There we go here. I got a plan, hear me out. After like 20, we're gonna do something there. We're gonna do something like this. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. Got one now. There we go. Yep, that was kind of my fault. We got 11 minutes left. There we go. Now we got 10 minutes left on the board. Now, here are you. 10 minutes on the clock. Now, let's head down here. Can't believe there's one episode left after this. And this will be the finale to the once great series called WICSO. 10 minutes left on the clock. So yeah, and I'm in the top 10 too. So yeah, we're right here next to Freddy and between Prussia and Freddy. So yeah. And also Armenia, Iraq. Shout out to them. So yeah, we got a lot more to go. Yeah, now we got like 2 minutes left. So yeah, now let's do something. I think we should reach this until no. There we go. Click. Let's do this. There we go. Another one. What I click. It's about precision. There we go. 3. There we go. One knockout off the park. There we go. One. No. Another. There we go. One. Let's take the risk. Go right here. Let's see if we can break it to 1,000. There we go. Another one right here. Anyways, back to my war reviews. So yeah, I think the 1984. I think the reason why David Thomas, you don't see him other than like a screen, or like the robots or the henchmen, is because those two are together. I think they are. Not for teaming, but as a way, as like secret partners in war. So yeah, that's what I think is happening. So yeah. There we go. Never. There we go. That's one time. 52. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. There we go, everyone. Another one. There we go. Oh, come on, clock. Yep, we're done for now. So yeah, got 5 minutes left. So yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I'm not going to. So yeah. On the clock. So yeah, 4 minutes. I'm right here. So yeah, we're about 5 minutes in, and now let's head over to right here. So yeah, any chat? No. Chat right here? Nope. So yeah, I think we got 4 or 3 minutes. Yeah, right here. So yeah, we got this going down. Oh yeah, someone's watching. Hello there, viewer. So yeah, someone is watching. So yeah, your day doing good, viewer. So then, welcome. Yeah, we got a few more minutes left until WICSO is going to happen. But let me tell you this: which one will be first? The WICSO ending, or we reach 2,000 turns in duo lives? To me, I think we'll reach like I think we'll reach 2,000 before it, but we might not. But we could, but I don't think we could. Now we got 2 minutes left. So yeah, 3 minutes in the way, but now let's do. Let's do heroes of
Get tax expertise without hidden fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150. All tax situations, all returns, $150 all in, no surprises. Now this is taxes.
Nunca se dijo like that chicken from Popeyes.
previously.
Sir, the Vice Commander has taken control over 70% of our military forces. They are planning to oust you and have him lead the rebellion.
What? Impossible. Those men and women are loyal. They would not betray me.
Well, sir, things have changed. The troops have no morale. They do not think your plan is going to work.
Well, of course it won't now. The Vice Commander ruined it with his little invasion.
Yes, but he is framing you, and they believe it. The troops are desperate. They fear the Empire.
I see. Then I suppose it's time to tell the people of Earth the truth and fulfill our requirements completely. They must know that a bigger threat is coming, one that will make both of our groups go extinct. If the Vice Commander wishes to overthrow me, so be it. But Earth must be prepared.
Oh god. We'll have civilization start over. Episode 99. The death of democracy. Oh no. Yep.
Greetings, once again, people of Earth. In my previous address, I spoke of disobedience within the ranks of leadership of the Alternites. It appears that my Vice Commander has rebelled against my rule completely. He has, unfortunately, gained control over a majority of our military forces. Under his command, Alternite troops have begun to occupy some of your nations. This is in complete defiance of my orders, but unfortunately, it would appear that my power and command is fading. For that reason, I stand before you today to deliver the full and complete truth about us Alternites. Our faction is a part of a galactic-scale rebellion against an entity known as the Empire. The Empire is the strongest force in space, occupying a majority of systems within the Milky Way. Their rule is tyrannical and harsh, and because of that, a revolution was born. Unfortunately, the revolution was very short-lived, as the Empire defeated a majority of the rebellious factions early. We are one of the last remaining groups defying the Empire, but our grip on hope has completely vanished. At this point in time, your solar system is the only remaining system not under control of the Empire. I am unsure of how much longer we can hold them off before they arrive here and take over Earth. Without a doubt, they will wipe both us Alternites and you second kin out, taking this planet back for themselves. Now, when we first rediscovered Earth, we had planned to peacefully assimilate with you. That is, we would coexist peacefully on this planet. Of course, that would require that we gain your trust first, something that is unlikely to happen now. It appears that the Vice Commander disagrees with my plan of peaceful assimilation and has enacted a plan of his own, forced assimilation. I believe that he wishes to bring the entire Alternite population to Earth, moving the second kin aside and prioritizing our people. I do not wish for that. I wish for coexistence. Due to the actions of the Vice Commander, I am left with no choice but to give you the power of the Alternites. I have ordered the remaining military forces loyal to my command to share all military technology with the governments of your world. You will be, in all regards save physical and mental strength, equal to us Alternites. You will be able to fight back against the Vice Commander should he choose to fully invade your world. I cannot speak of his full intentions, but I believe it is best that the people of Earth, those who rose from the ashes in our absence, should be entitled to it. Should my control over the Alternite forces be restored, I will order off his forced assimilation plan and move our population to the moon. We have begun to terraform it with the little remaining time we have, even with the Vice Commander hindering us at every possible moment. I understand that we have, without consent, began to take large amounts of waters from your oceans. I apologize for shorting you once more, but our situation is extremely dire at this point. Now then, people of Earth, I want to reassure you that we are working extremely hard to stop the advance of the Empire. We have discovered a machine on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, that at one point completely hid your solar system from the rest of the universe. This technology appears to be very similar to our own, and I'm happy to announce we've nearly recreated it. The window we have for full operation is extremely tight. We are unsure if the Empire will reach Earth before we complete it, but rest assured, we are working as hard as possible.
Oh no. Let's see it.
I apologize to you all for the gruesome scene you were just shown, but Wilson was talking too much. I am the Vice Commander of the Alternites, General Bonapatalan, and with the former leader now out of the way, I assume complete control of our remaining forces. It is true that we are part of a faltering rebellion, just as it is true that a galactic-scale empire is en route to Earth, seeking complete annihilation of both of our groups on this planet. The former commander's plan to deal with this was inefficient and untimely. He was a liability. As the new leader of the Alternate forces, I am ordering our military's complete return to Earth. That moon project the former commander was so caught up with will not come to fruition under my leadership. Instead, I will be pursuing a more direct approach. I will offer to the governments of this world a deal. If you agree to submit to the Alternites, I will grant your country limited freedoms in our new world. Should you resist, though, take up arms against us, our forces will act to take control. We do not have time for negotiation, semantics, or peaceful assimilation. The outside threat is too dangerous for that now. The Alternites must be allowed to live on Earth without restriction, and for that to happen, the second kin must be suppressed and controlled. Independence would be your downfall. If you lose faith, respect, or tolerance, keep it to yourself. Do not stand against what is necessary. Once again, I offer the countries of this world a choice. Submit and have limited freedom, or face the wrath of our forces. Remember, we Alternites are doing you an extraordinary favor by recreating the barrier machine which kept your system hidden for so long. Without it, you are a dead planet. So you will come to us, and you will have no choice because you will need us. Second kin, I suggest you pursue the least deadly path. End communication.
One more episode work. Meanwhile, what will happen?
All systems a go. Vitals show that subject is calm and stable. The rapid evolution machine is ready for trial number 7 at your command. Begin trial 7.
Alright, let's hope they're not the Q, of course. Let's hope those empires are not the Q. They are, then they're going out for snake, then just being organized.
Vitals are fading. Keep going. Sir, that man will die. We have to stop the trial. I said keep going. Yes, sir. Vitals flatlined. The subject is dead. Damn it! What is the issue? We need this done now. The Alternites appear to be mobilizing. The diagnostic is almost complete. Here. Result of evolution, success, subject unresponsive, error, proximity? Proximity? We'd never considered this. The machine gives off high levels of radiation. We figured that was part of the evolution process, but it's possible that it's not. So we've been killing people with radiation this entire time? That's it? The machine works. We just need to put distance between the subject and the machine? I believe you're correct, sir. How could we overlook something so simple? Quickly, tell the engineers to rework the testing chamber. As soon as that is done, bring in another subject. Time moves regardless of success. We're against all odds here. Yes, sir.
Now, this
So today we're going to be continuing to take a look at a scenario where civilization starts over. We are now on episode 99 of the series, meaning there's only one episode left until the big finale. I hope you guys are excited. But in the previous episode, we saw a ton of major events happening and a lot of very important lore stuff happened at the beginning of this episode. I'll be briefly touching up on that here in a second. But in that last episode, we saw a major war in Africa conclude as the Unitarians were successful against the false flag operation brought about by the Tanzanians. We of course also saw more alternate expansion within their own continents, but also some alternate expansion outside of those continents, including taking over all of the green team over here, as well as a majority of Madagascar. But most notably, at the end of last episode, we saw a major conflict erupt in Europe between multiple military powers, including the Dutch, the Norwegians, the Finnish, the Russians, the Poles, and soon to be and maybe a few more countries. I don't know, we'll have to see. But if you guys do enjoy today's video, make sure to leave a like on it and subscribe to the channel if you're new. As always, all the support is greatly appreciated. Be sure to check out channel memberships for early access to each and every single one of our videos, as well as some members exclusive content. And without further ado, let's go ahead and jump straight into this episode. So just quickly recapping the lore of what we saw in the cinematics at the start of this episode, there were two main things. First of all, the alternate leader assassinated by the vice commander, who now assumes full control over the alternate forces. It is pretty simple. They have different philosophies of how they should approach Earth. The original alternate leader wanted peaceful assimilation. He wanted coexistence with the people of Earth, basically alternates and humans living together throughout the entire world. The vice commander, however, had a very different philosophy. He doesn't think the alternates have time for that. Simply enough, the Empire is advancing on Earth, and with the limited time, he believes that the human population on Earth should be moved aside, and the alternates, the original people of Earth, should be prioritized over them. And with the change in leadership comes the change in philosophy. The alternates are now no longer looking to be peaceful. They're no longer looking to abide by the rules of Earth. They're going to be doing things their way now, and that will be very apparent for the rest of the series. Now, before the old alternate leader was blown up, he was talking about some very important things, such as the Empire, this entity which controls a majority of the Milky Way galaxy. As it turns out, the alternates as we know them are a part of a large-scale rebellion that has been extremely pushed back. In fact, the alternates are one of the last, if not the last, remaining factions fighting against the Empire. So the rebellion has failed, and the alternates know that, hence their retreat to Earth. There is a big issue though. The Empire has found Earth and they are on their way. And that's why the alternates are so panicked and they're so hasty with their decisions, such as the one to, off the old leader. But staying in this department, we have to talk about a super important event that the old leader of the Alternates brought about. He greenlit the sharing of all technology with the WICSO world. This means that the WICSO countries now have access to alternate military technology. This is huge. This means that the WICSO world can now compete with the Alternates on a military scale. Now, of course, the alternates are a lot more physically and mentally advanced than the human race. They're smarter, of course, and they're a lot stronger, meaning that the alternates still have a pretty overwhelming advantage, but the world is starting to integrate alternate technology into their military, and that is going to be a game changer. On top of that, the old leader also mentioned the fact that they found a machine on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. This is, according to him, the old barrier machine which kept the solar system hidden from the rest of the universe, hidden from the Empire, and hidden from the Alternate Rebellion. We now know that the Alternates are rapidly recreating this machine. It is of very similar technology to them, so they're making essentially a new one which could have huge implications. And then, of course, the second scene was the Rapid Human Evolution Project organization, the REP group, testing out the Rapid Evolution machine on a subject in a test tube. As you saw, pretty gruesome result, didn't work. However, they figured out what the issue is, meaning that they are nearly done with the machine. It's nearly ready to be deployed if they need to deploy it at all. Remember, the REP group is a very mysterious organization. Their intentions aren't fully known. All we really know is that William Rossrock, the elite from World War V that was from America, is the one running the organization. Of course, we know that Fuzong was also a part of that organization. However, he was kicked out and killed after he spilt it to the Assembly of Nations. But they are a mysterious group. Their intentions, like I said, are relatively unknown. Now, though, jumping over into Europe, where the bloodbath has officially begun. With the Norwegians joining up in the Eastern Alliance, there is a new front line created between the Dutch and the Norwegians over here near the entrance of the Baltic Sea. And unsurprisingly, the Dutch are fully prepared for this event as they move forces over into the southernmost area of Norway. Quickly, forces will move over and encircle the city, leading to an eventual Dutch victory, while other military forces begin to spread out in the heartland of southern Norway, avoiding major cities for now as the Norwegians have a pretty good defensive area set up. Though they're suffering great defeat, and the Dutch do eventually take another major city while encircling one down here in the south. Over on the front line between Russia and the Eastern Alliance, it is going to be very similar to what we see in Norway, pure domination by the dominant force. Now, we cannot brush aside the fact that Poland and Finland are both medium tier countries that are, definitely capable of throwing hands, but we definitely can brush aside Estonia, who doesn't stand much of a chance against Russian forces, who have become very familiar with this region. This is probably like the third time that Russia has invaded Estonia, but hey, this time they're feeling a lot more confident as they go ahead and start to siege the capital city of Estonia. Additionally, Russia didn't just join this war out of nowhere, they were definitely prepared for this, meaning that they likely had contact with the Dutch far before the war was officially declared on Denmark. So more likely than not, the Dutch and the Russians are working towards something they hope to fulfill after this war if they win it. But back down over in Poland, yeah, the Russians are still having a lot of success against the Polish, who are not really prepared to fight at all on the border with Russia. Now, there is not a similar story happening in Finland, because this country is actually doing some invading of Russia. They begin to encircle this major city down here, but are eventually stopped by Russian forces. They do go ahead and extend across the coast over here near the Gulf of Finland, but are unable to penetrate into Estonia, who is being very rapidly sieged at this point. Furthermore, Finland will go ahead and advance over towards these two major cities that are really in the middle of nowhere, and I don't even think major cities could be here, but we're going to ignore that. But now quickly moving back over to the front line between the Dutch and the Norwegians, we have the Dutch taking over this major city after it was encircled, while up north they move even closer to capturing more major cities. Now, it is important to note here that Norway's navy is a very good navy. This is a country that, of course, is in control of the Baltic Sea, and the Dutch navy is also pretty good, however very limited by Doggerland that destroyed a lot of their naval assets, but fortunately enough they do have access over in the British Channel, so they can deploy their military there. Of course, they have access here, and they have recent access gained from the Mediterranean Sea. So at this point in time, the Norwegian navy is actually probably stronger than the Dutch navy, and that's going to have a lot of implications on the Dutch's ability to invade further into Norway, as with naval help, the Norwegian military is able to make some pretty good gains back against the Dutch. They are, of course, unable to take back any major cities at this point, but they do begin to push back the Dutch on this front over here in the far east. Back over in Estonia, we have Russian forces taking over the capital city and quickly moving over and taking this major city all the way over here, causing Estonian forces to completely abandon this region, falling back to the border of Poland, where Polish forces are attempting to aid them. Now, of course, Polish forces are also aiding themselves, and Poland is a country that is definitely capable of throwing hands with Russia. Not as good as Finland, because of course Finland's going to be good at it, but still, Poland has demonstrated before that they are a capable country, and once again, they're demonstrating that here, taking back almost all of the land that Russia had sieged. Now, at the same time though, Estonia will be completely lost to Russian forces, and this is going to be pretty troublesome as now Russia expands its front line further into Poland. Even more unfortunate, the Russians begin to push back the Finns in the north. They focus a little bit on this front line over here, but of course this one is going to be a lot more important. This city is pretty much the equal of St. Petersburg in real life, so they want to protect it at all cost. It is a populated city, and that's exactly what they do as Finnish forces are beat back and even separated from the entire occupation zone. This will cause them to retreat to sea as they go back to Finland, which is overall not a good thing as Russia pushes back. Back over in the Danish peninsula, the Dutch are having a lot of issues with their invasion of Norway. Simply enough, their naval assets cannot get across the channel, and they cannot navally invade Norway anywhere else. Furthermore, the Norwegian Navy is doing a lot of damage to any Dutch forces that are stationed in Copenhagen, and of course that is how the Dutch have been able to get into Norway from here. So they are at an extreme disadvantage in their invasion. Still, obviously, their military power is on display. They have taken land and they're not losing, but without a really strong navy, which was once again destroyed by Doggerland, they are going to have a lot of issues. Now, the Dutch Air Force is a lot more superior than the Norwegian Air Force. This means that eventually, if the Norwegian Air Force is wiped out, the Dutch will gain complete air superiority over Norway, and that is huge for them in this situation. They'll be able to bomb naval vessels who will only have their anti-aircraft to fight back. And then, of course, they'll also be able to do bombings pretty much anywhere in Norway if their Air Force is eliminated. So Norway is going to do their best to preserve all air assets, while at the same time pushing back the Dutch, which is still going well. Although know, a major offensive has just occurred in the very eastern regions, taking over a major city, and this pushes back a lot of Norwegian progress as the Dutch now reach all the way over here to their eastern shore. Back up north, Norway pushes back a little bit more, but is eventually stopped by the Dutch forces, who immediately push back against the counteroffensive and chase them into a nearby major city, where a massive battle will break out, one of the largest battles in the war so far, the Battle of whatever the name of this city is in real life. No, we'll give it a real name here. The Battle of Norsevik. Yeah, Norsevik. This city is named Norsevik. That's a very Scandinavian name turned Slavic very quickly, but ignoring that. Naming countries and cities is not my thing. As you can tell, there are no original names in this series other than, the former country here that I actually forgot the name of, but they're gone now, so it doesn't matter. Back over on the Russian front, Russian forces are now pouring in from Estonia, and this is much to the dismay of Poland, as they're being very overwhelmed in the north at this point. Now, Poland is going to reach out to some other countries for help. They call up the Farmers' Republic. They don't answer because, obviously, they don't want to fight Russia. That's a pretty bad matchup. They also call up the Ukrainians, who are also uninterested in fighting against Russia. The gold team here has fatigue. They're Russian fatigue. They don't want to fight Russia because they've been doing it for all of history. Poland calls up the Eastern Russians. They too don't want to fight against Russia because they're also fatigued from fighting. All right, Poland now calls up Rome. Rome has no interest in helping Poland. That kind of hurts them, but hey, you tried. So far, what we're seeing here is a lack of motivation to escalate the war any further. Simply enough, countries want to focus on themselves right now in the chaos of the world, especially considering what the new leader of the Alternites said in his address, giving Earth basically an ultimatum to go ahead and become a subject of the Alternites. That deal was basically, you join us, you get limited freedom under our rule, and if you don't join us, we're going to simply annihilate you. A lot of countries are coping with that thought right now, and they really don't want to fight a war against each other. And that is a very, very advantageous thing for the Diamond Alliance here between the Russians and the Dutch. The Russians will continue to advance into the north of Poland. This is an area which they also have a lot of experience in as of recently, but this is also like the most populated area of Poland, so they're eventually going to be stopped. They do snatch up another major city, however, but Poland is going to unleash a counteroffensive all the way over here in the eastern region to push back and cut off some Russian supply lines, which is exactly what they do. Now, unfortunately for Poland, that doesn't do much to save their capital city. Simply enough, it will just delay the Russians for now. Back up north with Finland, we have their counteroffensive of the counteroffensive working as they go ahead and beat back the Russian forces that just beat them back. And we even see Finland capture a major city here. Although I'm really hesitant to call this a major city, it's probably just a major settlement. And now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should have did that like when major cities were first introduced, called some of them major settlements. Because, this probably isn't a thriving urban center right here. This is more likely than not just like a very, very large town or like a very small city, not skyscraper city. This would be skyscraper city. This would definitely not be skyscraper city. You picking up what I'm putting down? Good. Now put it back down on the ground. I'm a loser, bro. Anyway, Russian forces will now capture another major city, although once again, their advance has been very slowed down. Which leads us to jump back over here to the Dutch, who are, at this point, being pushed back by the Norwegians once again. They're having extreme difficulty moving troops through Copenhagen into Norway. Simply enough, every time they try to cross, they're just blown up. Yeah, very unfortunate. It's hard to not be blown up when you have no major naval assets to fight back, and the Dutch at this point are like, you know what, let's do something different. Instead of focusing on knocking out Norway from this war, let's help out our new allies in Russia. Better said, let's go ahead and invade through Germany and get to the other side of Poland, hopefully knocking them out of the war and taking a lot of power out of the Eastern Alliance. Operation Asarab is officially declared by the Dutch government, and they begin to invade into Germany, a country they just recently fought. Now, Germany, unfortunately, is in no position to fight back. They have been experiencing a lot of war as of recently, and they've been on the losing side of pretty much all of those wars. Here, the Dutch military force is fully unleashed as they begin to basically blitzkrieg across Germany, not using blitzkrieg, but, the speed of blitzkrieg across Germany. And they will take their capital city within the first 2 weeks of this war, very quickly. Now, of course, it's going to take time for the Dutch to reach the border of Poland, giving them some time to set up some defensive forces over here. But put simply, at this point, the Polish are feeling very, very doomed. They understand that if the Dutch do start invading from the west, they are probably going to lose. This will probably motivate both Norway and Finland to fight a little bit harder, and that will be demonstrated by Norway pushing back Dutch forces even further, retaking a major city and almost completely kicking the Dutch out of the westernmost areas of this country. Now, I mean, of course, the Dutch aren't really focusing on Norway anymore. They have a new objective, but still, it is a morale boost for Norway. And we even see Finland push back into Russia, but that's actually for a reason. Russia was using some of their forces from the Finland front to sweep through the northern areas of Latvia and begin to kind of put pressure on the capital city of Poland. Additionally, those forces are helping push back the Polish counteroffensive over here in the far east as Russia unveils a full-on invasion of Poland using all of their military forces. Finland will take slight advantage of the lackluster troops up here in the north, but still Russia holds strong in defending this city, and not so strong in holding this major settlement, which is captured by Finnish forces. Now there really isn't like a land objective up here for Finland. They're kind of far away from anything important other than this city here, which is what they're going to start to try to focus on, although once again still disadvantaged. But back over in Germany, Dutch forces are still steamrolling through this thing. They've taken over pretty much all of the major cities at this point. And as they advance further, they get closer and closer to the border of Poland, still taking over German major cities until eventually they're at that border. Germany will surrender over to Dutch forces who will occupy the entire thing, and the Dutch will officially begin the invasion of Poland from the west. It is at this point in time that the Polish military begins to suffer extreme casualties as their air force is almost completely wiped out by the Russian and the Dutch one. They lose more and more major cities over to the Russians. The front line over here begins to completely collapse for the Polish, who are overwhelmed at this point, having to split up their forces between the Russians and the Dutch. And speaking of the Dutch, they are also starting to roll through Poland, much like they rolled through Germany. Eventually, Dutch forces will make a spearhead all the way over to the capital city of Poland, and after a long-fought, hard battle with assistance from the Russian allies, the Dutch will take full control over the capital city of Poland, leaving them without a major federal government. With the capturing of Poland's capital city, the Dutch are going to make a very public declaration. And in this event, the Dutch declare the rise of the neo-authoritarian order. Quickly, the federal bureaucracy is dismantled and a dictator is installed. The sitting president of the Dutch Republic will become the sitting dictator. But this neo-authoritarian order does not just extend to the Dutch, it also extends over to the Russians, who join the neo-authoritarian pact. Two brand new, fierce and authoritarian ideologies are introduced in Europe. This ideology is essentially a modern version of fascism, one that prioritizes the existence of the sovereign state over basic things like human rights. This is a level of fascism that is on a modern scale, while over in Australia, you still have the kind of the old-fashioned fascism. The Dutch will declare Victory Day with the capturing of Poland's capital, but on this very day, a major event happens for the Alternites. More specifically, a civil war breaks out between the forces that are loyal to the old Alternite commander and the forces that are now loyal to the new Alternite commander who assassinated the old one. This is a full-scale civil war between Alternite forces, and unfortunately for the WICSO world, who is hopeful of a blue team victory, that's not exactly going to happen, as the new commander of the Alternites has consolidated complete control over the Alternite military forces. The only people rebelling at this point are the forces that were extremely loyal to the old commander, which as we know lost a lot of control over the last few weeks. Over in Mauritius, the front line is a lot more simpler and the rebellion is also a lot more weaker. A majority of the loyal forces are over in Atlantis, and the vice commander, who is now the new commander, will order his forces to go in and to simply just destroy any people that are rebelling against him. He rules with an absolute iron fist, and going against his word probably isn't the best of ideas. Notably, there's really no rebellion in Zealandia. This is where the vice commander was actually stationed for a very long time. When he wasn't on the mothership, of course, he was here. Not in Atlantis, where the capital city of the Alternites is. Very interesting. In Doggerland, there won't be much of a rebellion, and if any forces try to act out, they are simply killed by the vice commander's forces. Doggerland is where the civilian population of the Alternites really is at this point. There's not a whole lot of military assets here. I mean, there's still enough to do a lot of damage to Europe if needed, but for the most part, this is where the resident Alternites are living, and that's highlighted by the fact that these major cities are so far away from the continental continental Europe, where there is possibly a threat. Back over in Atlantis, the Alternate leader is absolutely destroying this rebellion. He will actually lead a charge into the capital city and retake it. And from here, the rebellion will simply dissipate, and any loyal forces to the old leader will be imprisoned or killed. Just like that, the Alternate Civil War is over, and the Vice Commander now officially has full control over all of the Alternates. There is no more rebellion. He has absolute authority over the Alternates, and his way will be the way they act from here on out, like I said earlier. Now back to the war in Europe, Russia and the Dutch team are still doing extreme damage to the remnants of Poland, and at this point, they are on the brink of surrendering over to those forces. However, they have made one last call for help, and in their last days, that call will finally be received. An unlikely country that has a chance to be a possible hero will join this war on the side of the Eastern Alliance, a country that will go against their standards, a country that will abandon their beliefs in order to do what they believe is right. The country joining this war is Iberia Unitaria. They will begin an invasion of France as they move their forces into this territory, completely catching this country by surprise and doing extreme amounts of damage early on in the war. They are like butchering France here. Unsurprisingly, this makes the Dutch very angry because now they're going to be fighting a two-front war against the Unitarians. Now, it is very notable that Iberia's actions here defy what the Unitarians stand for. Of course, in Africa, what happened here was a false flag operation, and the Unitarians now fully believe that, and they are going to soon reinvite Africa Unitaria back into their military alliance. However, the Unitarians as a whole still stand firmly against declaring wars and fighting wars, and Iberia's actions here simply are unwelcomed. Remember, this area was forged through revolution, something that the Unitarians really aren't wholly on board with, but they decided to invite Iberia Unitaria anyway. Now, this is a pretty strong country, which means it's going to hurt a lot when they decide to kick it out of their military alliance, pretty much excommunicating them from the rest of the Unitarian order. They will remain in the economic alliance, but following the war, that could very well change. For now, Iberia Unitaria will do what they believe is right as they begin to slaughter French forces who were not in France and instead all the way over here in Poland. Now, speaking of Poland, despite the fact that Iberia Unitaria has joined the war in hopes of doing some damage to the Dutch, Poland will completely fall over to both Dutch and Russian forces who have split occupation of the territory. Now, while all of that was happening, the Norwegians almost completely kicked the Dutch out of their area, but now that the Dutch are no longer worried about fighting Poland, probably one of the stronger countries that they will fight in this war, Norway could be experiencing a resurgence of Dutch forces. Now, unfortunately for Finland, they're going to be fighting up against a fully focused Russia now. They're no longer worried about the Polish, they're gone, and they might be sending some forces to help with Norway and Iberia. But for the most part, Russia will give its full attention over to Finland, and well, one-on-one between Russia and Finland. It's never really happened, but when it does happen, it's not going to be well. The Finns will be completely kicked out of Russian territory within the first couple of weeks of the resurgence, and Russian troops will quickly cross over into Finnish territory, taking over two major cities pretty quickly and advancing towards Helsinki. And they will begin to move over towards the west, advancing towards Finland's capital, taking another major city. Additionally, they'll send forces in over here where Finland has been continuing to attack them. No longer will that be happening as those Finnish forces are now officially dead, and Russia's full-scale invasion of Finland has commenced. This is going to leave Norway very panicked because if Finland falls, Norway is going to have no other option than to surrender. At this point, it is a very fleeting feeling for Norway, as they feel as if they need to get the Dutch out of their territory as soon as possible, which, as you can see, they do. That is a pretty big accomplishment for the Norwegians, who were able to repel a much stronger military force. But the issue is they can't really invade the Dutch. They don't have the capabilities to do that. The Dutch are simply way too strong. Back over here in France, the Iberians are going to go ahead and start to siege the capital city of France. And the Dutch are very angry at their ally for being pretty incompetent against a much stronger force. So it's not really France's fault, but I mean, they could do a little bit better, I guess. Also, the Unitarians have made an effort and have made it known that they've crossed over in the Dutch territory, getting very close to a major city down here in the south. The Dutch aren't a big fan of that, and they will send even more forces to deal with the Unitarians now. Back up over in Finland, the Russians are still advancing towards Finland's capital city, taking over another major city, and now presenting a spearhead straight towards their political center. At the same time, they're also moving further into Finnish territory, although there isn't really much up here, so they're really spending a majority of their forces over here now, and that'll be pretty obvious with their advances down here in the south. Back over to the Iberian front line, we see that those forces have now captured the capital city of France, and at this point, they are showing a lot of ability to capitulate all of France. This is going to make the Dutch very angry, who, like I said earlier, already sent down some forces to deal with this, and eventually a majority of their forces will arrive and begin to push back against the Unitarians, although a major problem occurs. The Dutch are splitting their forces between the Norwegians and the Iberians. Now, the Norwegians, with their superior navy, are very, very much trying to attempt to make a landing in Copenhagen, and if the Dutch don't allocate enough forces to that, then the Norwegians will actually go ahead and do that. So they need to have a lot of military up here just in case. And at the same time, their military is, of course, exhausted after invading all of Germany and invading a lot of Poland. And even more so, the Unitarians are fully rested. They just joined the war, meaning they haven't had any casualties, and they're at full strength here. So as time goes on, this front line will actually be fully stalemated between the Unitarians and the Dutch. There will be very little land exchange happening on either side. Maybe here and there the Unitarians will have a major counteroffensive, and then eventually, as time goes on once again, the Dutch will go ahead and push back that counteroffensive. That is what's going to be happening for a while here as this war is fought. Now, back over up in Finland, we actually have the Russians capturing their capital city. Now, Finland will be very reluctant to surrender over to Russian forces. They have had their fair share of wars against the Russians, and they don't really want to be occupied. So despite them only having 3 major cities left, the Finns will fight on. Now, the capturing of Finland's capital city, however, is going to be a major signaling event. And this will pretty much go ahead and guarantee a win for the neo-authoritarian forces, the neo-authoritarian order here. How are they going to win? All they did was take Finland's capital. You know, they still have to fight against the Norwegians, they still have to fight against the Iberians, and as we know, this front line is stalemated. So how have they won by taking over Finland's capital city? That doesn't make any sense. Well, as it turns out, there is yet another actor who was waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump into this war. A country that has, as of recently, been a kind of hermit state, only joining in on some operations against terrorist organizations in North Africa. This country has been doing some things behind the scenes, and as it turns out, they are in on this neo-authoritarian order. They will soon convert to that ideology. This country is none other than one of the strongest countries in the world, West Africa. They joined the war on the side of the Dutch, on the side of the French, and on the side of the Russians, and very quickly, they begin to mobilize their forces to invade into Iberia Unitaria. The West Africans have been waiting for the perfect moment. They've been waiting for guaranteed victory, and with the capturing of Finland's capital city, they feel as if that has been achieved. Similar to how the Iberians caught the French off guard, the West Africans will catch the Iberians completely off guard as well. They move up and begin taking over these major settlements in the center of Iberia, being very efficient with how they go ahead and invade this country. It is notable that the West Africans got a lot of the Alternate equipment first. They have a lot of the military technology because of their proximity to Atlantis, which is where it was all dispersed from. Now, the new commander of the Alternates, he was unable to stop the sharing of military technology, and a lot of countries in the world have it, like, for example, America. The Unitarians have it now. Brazil, all of South America, you know, Brazil is connected to all of South America, so therefore, everyone down here has it as well. West Africa, more likely than not, started to share it with other countries here. The Unitarians are probably sharing it with everyone. The Mesopotamians have it from their connection with the Unitarians. And it won't be long before other countries like China and India begin to get it as well. So alternate technology is in the WICSO world now, and there's nothing much that the alternate leader can do to stop it. Going back to my point earlier, the West Africans have a lot of it, and they're using it against the Iberians here, and they're doing a lot of damage. Quickly, they begin to spearhead over to the capital city of Iberia, and they begin to siege it. While back over in France, this event has led for the Dutch and the French to finally be able to push back against the Iberians. They retake France's capital city, and soon enough, the Iberians are pretty much on full retreat, all the way down to the southernmost areas of Iberia. The French will go ahead and begin an invasion of Catalonia, where Unitarian forces are not well off. Those forces are being drawn back over to the capital city, of course, which is, once again, the center of politics. You need the capital city to really function as a country. Now, when the West Africans do take it, they'll simply just move their capital city elsewhere. But that loss is something that the Unitarians really couldn't afford. Now, once again, this country was kicked completely out of the Unitarian military alliance because they declared war on France. They showed signs of being expansionist, which is against the policy of the Unitarians. They're very anti-war, and they only fight wars when they absolutely have to. Declaring war is taboo. There's no reason to do that, and of course when Iberia did it, they were met with repercussions, those repercussions being that they were kicked out of the alliance. Back up north in Finland, we have Russian forces going out and taking over more and more major cities. They will capture all 3 of the remaining ones, which are, like I said earlier, probably just major settlements up here. But as the Russians begin to round this gulf up here, the Finns are ready to surrender. The Norwegians will do all they can to keep their ally in the war, but seeing as Iberia is likely to fall soon, the Norwegians also begin to lose hope. Back down in Iberia, the West Africans are still doing a lot of damage to the Iberians. Now, they will kind of fight back a little bit. They'll try to make an effort to retake their capital city, which is, unfortunately for them, unsuccessful. They'll take back another major city over here, and their focus is mostly on the western areas over here. West Africa's focus, however, is now on the eastern areas of Iberia, and they're pretty much moving through this territory without much issue. The Dutch and the French are still kicking back the Iberians up in the north. As France's advance into the Catalonia region will continue to take over another major city, and eventually they will be successful in retaking all of their territory. Back over near Norway, the Dutch, now having less forces allocated to Iberia, will begin to send forces back over into Norway, and this was a pretty stupid move by them because they lose a lot of troops. But in the end, it does pay off in a way, as they're able to have another established foothold in Norway. And it's very apparent at this point that the Norwegian Air Force is pretty much gone. The Dutch have gained air superiority over Norway, and they've begun to target a lot of areas, including the capital city, other major cities, military installations, so on and so forth. They begin to attack Norwegian boats in the Baltic Sea, blowing them up and allowing for even more Dutch troops to move over into Norwegian land. And slowly but surely, the grasp of the Eastern Alliance begins to falter. Back over in Iberia, West African forces are pushing back against Iberian forces, who at this point are losing all morale. They're facing a full-on invasion from the south, one that they now know they cannot win. They lose complete access to the Mediterranean Sea. From there, we see the French and the Dutch begin to invade into more of their central area. This is going to spell out quick defeat for the Iberians, who, although showed a lot of military strength at first, ended up in a very similar situation to Poland, where they were forced to fight a two-front war, one of which they're fighting against 2 more powerful nations. So really, this is a good old-fashioned case of how do you like it? As the West Africans continue to advance more and more, the Iberians will finally make the decision to surrender over. They felt as if they needed to stop the war before more and more of their population got hurt. Remember, they are Unitarian at the end of the day, and with West Africa's advance in full occupation, they feel as if the best option is just to surrender over to these forces. Sure, your freedoms might be limited now under this new regime, but the good thing is, you're still alive. You know, if we kept fighting, you had a chance of dying. We didn't want to lose any more people. We didn't want any more civilians to die. So this is, as we feel, the best course of action. Notably, this is going to pretty much win the war for the neo-authoritarians. Finland will try to continue to hold out, although their forces are running very low, while the Dutch begin to occupy new land that they had not previously occupied in Norway, signaling that Norway is on the losing side now. All looks to be going well for the neo-authoritarian order until we have the invasion of West Africa by the Alternites. Everything was going perfect for the neo-authoritarians. The Dutch took over Germany, they took over half of Poland, they looked to be winning in all of Norway. The Russians took over Poland, Estonia, they're going to win in Finland. The French are going to gain land, and of course the West Africans were going to gain land. But now, all of a sudden, Alternate forces have begun to invade into West Africa from this area down here. Simply enough, the commander of the Alternites is taking advantage of a distracted West Africa. He feels as if there is an opportunity at hand here. West Africa has not fully revolutionized their military yet with Alternate technology, meaning that the Alternites still have an overwhelming advantage against this country. They're using full Alternate technology to fight. The West Africans are using a majority still WICSO world stuff, just normal human stuff, and a very small percentage of Alternate stuff. The Alternites are going to do a lot of damage to the West Africans before they can even fight back. The advance in the West African territory is very quick, to say the least, as the West Africans fail to really fight back until they can pull forces out of all of Iberia. Now, when those forces do arrive, West Africa will do something that has not been done before. They will fight back against the Alternites, and they will do considerable damage to the Alternate forces invading them, even retaking a major settlement out here. The Alternites haven't really experienced this. They've never really faced defeat before in battle, and West Africa, of course, is demonstrating that there is maybe hope in fighting back against the Alternites. But as we know, war against the Alternites is still impossible to win. They are still superior, and with more and more Alternites making the trip to Earth and settling in Atlantis, there's more and more military personnel that are going to be fighting for the Alternites. At this point in time, the Alternites have an army that is 10 times bigger than any army in the world. They are only using a small percentage of that to fight against West Africa. And after those counteroffensives, of course, the Alternites allocated a more higher percentage of their forces to this front line, meaning that they can push back. And that's why we see the continued decimation of West African forces as the Alternites begin to split up and just take over as much as they want from West Africa. It appears that this country is finally going to meet an end. The neo-authoritarian order, seeing this, is going to make a very interesting decision, a very private decision that has nothing to do with West Africa. They are essentially going to abandon them. And when West Africa is abandoned by their allies in Europe, they make the decision to also pull completely out of Iberia, meaning that, hey, you just kind of abandoned me, so screw it, I'm going to make Iberia reappear. So West Africa will pull all their forces out of Iberia, leading to a very brief re-existence of this country. And very brief because the Europeans will be very quick to just move right back into this territory and occupy all of it. Essentially, they just take occupation over Iberia as West Africa retracts their forces to fight against the Alternites. Speaking of the Alternites, they have just went ahead and captured the capital city of West Africa. They also captured the leader of West Africa, and in a very public display of events, his head is separated from his body. They broadcast that to the entire world, and that serves as a reminder, if you don't come under our subjugation, you might meet a similar fate. This will terrorize even more countries, and it's going to lead the world into even further chaos. The Alternites have pretty much just dealt with one of the strongest countries in the world, and they weren't even using a majority of their military forces. Now, the Alternites aren't going to stop there. They're going to continue to advance into West African territory. They'll go all the way up to the entrance of the Mediterranean Sea. However, they show no interest of invading into Iberia. For now, they continue to fight against the West African military, which has not surrendered yet. They are still fighting. Now, notably, those forces will be able to pull off a counteroffensive once again, and this is still a large-scale counteroffensive, defeating the Alternites and pushing them back a considerable amount. This is another amazing feat by a country now that does not have a leader, in a country that is very, very close to, maybe not full-on collapse, but very close to militarily collapsing. Once again, this gives the world a little bit more hope. The Alternites, with their execution, took all that hope away, but West Africa's counteroffensive gave them a little bit of hope back. Now, they're going to send more forces over from Atlantis, and, that's not going to end well for these guys. Now, though, we have the unfolding of yet another unexpected event, one that is going to once again change the tide of the war, and this is a result of the plans of the Dutch team and the Russian team. As it turns out, their secretive plan was to, of course, abandon West Africa, but to put their trust into the Mediterranean country here, just north of Libya. This country will adopt the neo-authoritarian ideology, and with some assistance from Europe, they will begin to invade into West Africa. Following a very similar path to what we've already seen in this great war, the Mediterranean country will attack the West Africans where they are least expected to be attacked. West Africa is now fighting a two-front war of themselves, and this domino effect is one that will be studied for ages. But the Mediterranean country takes advantage of an unguarded eastern region. They take over 2 West African major cities over here before taking over yet another. Now, it is important to note that the Dutch are helping out the Mediterranean country in this invasion, which really shows their betrayal of West Africa. Back over in Norway, there still isn't much happening here, although the Norwegians have begun to push back. Once again, the fighting spirit of Norway is immaculate. No one puts up hands and defends like Norway. Even so, they're probably screwed soon because the Dutch are focusing on Africa now. Once this is over, it might be wraps for Norway. But hey, speaking of Africa, the Alternites are, they're doing their thing. They're just pummeling West Africa. But eventually, as the military of West Africa officially collapses, we have the Mediterranean country sweeping through this territory over here and being very cautious they make sure not to go near the Alternites. It is still unknown what the Alternites hope to achieve at this point because, they're just blitzing through West Africa. Who said that they're going to stop? They could just, go through the whole world. We know that, of course, they don't have enough forces to do that, and they've only shown aggression against West Africa, but still, you can never be too careful. With that being said, though, West Africa will officially surrender over to the Alternites, bringing down one of the most powerful countries in the world. With this event, the Alternites will declare that their mission is achieved. They declare that they have no intention of invading the Mediterranean country or Iberia for now. They have what they want in West Africa, which will allow for the Dutch, the French, and the Russians to refocus their effort on Norway and Finland. Finland at this point is going to make the smart decision to go ahead and surrender. They have lost all hope. And with the Norwegians now on their own, facing the entire militaries of the Dutch and the Russians, they will make the decision to concede the war, and they will surrender over to the neo-authoritarian order. Of course, they can't fight anymore. They don't even have an air force. Their navy is severely damaged, and with their ally gone, they're really the only country fighting this conflict, and there's just no point in continuing. The Norwegians make the smart call to go ahead and surrender. With that being said, complete and utter victory is declared by the neo-authoritarian order, presenting themselves as a serious order in this world, not some, fascist order or anything like that. This thing has demonstrated that it is capable. Now, sure, they got some help from the, the Alternites, so, they might be on the fraud watch. But still, the Russians and the Dutch have finally been able to accomplish what they've wanted to accomplish. They've eliminated every single country between the two nations. Poland is gone. Germany, gone. Norway, Finland, surrendered. With that being said, we can finally take a look at the Treaty of Carthage. And in this treaty here, we see that the borders of Europe completely change as neo-authoritarianism takes over a majority of the continent. There's a lot to break down here, so let's start over here in Russia. First of all, they take over a lot of provinces from Finland. A lot of this used to be a part of Russia, and then it was part of Finland, but now it's back to being part of Russia once again. Estonia ceases to exist, and moving down a little bit further, we can see that Poland is basically no more, as they are now limited to just this very small nation down here. Luckily, they were still granted existence. However, if they chose to do so, Poland could just disappear. Now, what's this thing right here? Huh? What is this, guys? Say it together. Everyone say it together. The yellow team. Fine. I brought it back. Stop asking. Okay, but seriously though, like lore-wise, this obviously isn't the yellow team. That thing fell apart in like episode 5 of the series. But this is more so a puppet state of Russia. It is kind of a barrier state between them and the Dutch because, even though they are allies now, you never know. So it's good to have a border state. But yeah, this is a Russian puppet state here, the yellow team. Moving on over to the Dutch themselves, they've grown very large. They have extended past their World War IV borders, I believe, as they now border the Mediterranean, and they even have some land from Norway. Of course, they completely annexed all of Denmark, and they took over a lot of land from Poland. Speaking of Norway and Finland, of course, they are both still existing, and they are both still allies, still democratic nations, so no government change here. Since they both decided to surrender at the end of the war, they were granted a little bit of immunity for being transformed into full-on authoritarian countries. Now, moving on down south here, a lot of people are going to be happy with this, but Iberia Unitaria is no longer a country. It ceases to exist and it is broken up. Simply enough, Iberia and the Dark Sign team split away. These two historic countries make a return, however, with a slight twist. The Dark Sign team is forced to be a neo-authoritarian country. They joined that new order, which now consists of 5 countries in Europe and 1 in Africa. This is a serious thing. Like, it actually has grounds, it actually has strength, and there really is no one around it that can stop it. With the Dutch and the Russians teamed up, yeah, that kind of sucks for everyone else, not gonna lie. But the Iberians, they are spit out, and they are just democratic. They're back to how they used to be a very long time ago. If anything, they are the true successor of the Unitarian state, demonstrated by the fact they have the capital city. Now, I'm sure this has already caught your eye, but now moving down to Africa, we can see that West Africa is taking a lot of damage. The Alternites are going to take a lot of land. Now, interestingly enough, they don't take as much as they probably should have. If anything, West Africa should be a lot smaller than it is, but for some reason, the Alternites didn't take more. Aside from that, the Mediterranean country has taken over a lot of land, and they are now echoing to the past, kind of reforming the African Union. As I said just a second ago, they are a part of this neo-authoritarian movement, and as you can see, they have a lot of grounds around Europe. I mean, really, this is a powerful order that has just all of a sudden emerged between the Dutch and the Russians and their new allies. So yeah, that is the result of that war, and that was a very long war, and I'm an hour and a half into this recording, actually an hour and 47 minutes into this recording, and there's still a whole video to go. This is going to be one of the most eventful WICSO videos, and it might be the longest now in the series, meaning that I'm probably going to be here recording for another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Buckle up, guys. Anyway, to officially assert their dominance as a brand new order and alliance, they go ahead and sign a military alliance between an astonishing 6 nations at once. Russia's puppet state, the Yellow Team, the Dutch, the French, the Dark Siamese, interesting name I've just given them, and the Mediterranean people down here in Africa. This is a rather large alliance, and this is probably one of the largest military alliances in European history. This is going to threaten a lot of other powers in Europe, such as the Irish over here, who are probably depositing bricks from a certain area. The Romans down here, who are a very fearful country. However, this is something that they wouldn't be able to handle. And then, of course, the Mesopotamians, to an extent, have influence in Europe as well. And a war between the Mesopotamians and the Russians and the Dutch probably wouldn't go so well for the Mesopotamians. Now, we do have to remember that they are backed by the entire Unitarian Alliance, and that is a whole other subject for a whole other day. Let me know down below in the comments, who do you think would win? The Unitarians plus the Mesopotamians and their allies, or this new order? But yeah, the official name of this alliance is the Supreme Axis, and they are really trying to sell the point that they are powerful. But finally stepping away from this massive war, we're moving down south to the continent of Africa, where we have 2 things happening. First of all, the African Unitarians are reinstated in their military alliance, so the Unitarian Alliance does lose the Iberians, they fall apart, but they do regain their ally in Africa Unitaria, and really they were never kicked out, they were just suspended because of uncertainty concerning how the war between them and Tanzania started, but that is now cleared up now, and the Unitarians believe these guys, which that is the truth, it was a false flag operation, so they are now welcomed back into the alliance. At the same time, however, this little economic alliance they have going is officially done. It pretty much disbanded after the war, but the African Unitarians are going to go ahead and leave South Africa's alliance, and so will the Red Team up here because they are now extremely far away, and they're more interested in another economic alliance. And as you can see, they join said economic alliance with the Gold Team. And that just leaves South Africa and Madagascar, and that would be a waste of economy for South Africa, so essentially they just kick Madagascar out and disband the alliance. And yeah, that's one of the most historic economic alliances in the world. It is now officially gone. Africa has been experiencing a large amount of change as of recently. The borders here have changed a significant amount as of recently. And obviously, any kind of order or balance has been completely destroyed. Now, going back up to Europe, we're going to talk about the Square Alliance real quick. Yeah, that thing is also disbanded. And that's mostly because Iceland was the only other nation in it besides the Dutch and the French. And Iceland, obviously, is not interested in whatever shenanigans the neo-authoritarian order is up to. So that now basically means there is no longer an economic alliance in Europe. There is currently no economic cooperation between the NA, as I'm going to call it now, which, I mean, that could change eventually, probably, but these countries are more focused on their own economies as opposed to being, cross-border economies. Remember, they are essentially neo-fascist, neo-authoritarians. They have a very far-right leaning country, so they're not really concerned about the economies of their allies. They're more focused on themselves. So yeah, taking a quick recount of all of the economic alliances in the world, the Mesopotamian Economic Alliance is the strongest economic alliance in the world. They also have the most members. Followed by that in terms of strength is the Unitarian Economic Alliance. Then we have the South American Economic Alliance, which is, becoming very powerful considering that all South American nations are within it. And then you have the Indian Economic Alliance, which is basically just carried by India itself, followed by the NATO Alliance, which is only concerning of both the Unitarian Canadians and the Pacificans. And then finally, we have the Gold Team Economic Alliance, which most of these countries are poor, so not very strong. But putting economic alliances aside, we have to talk about the Assembly of Nations, because this thing is really unsure of what to do with itself. First of all, they make the decision to expel the Dutch, the French, and the Russians from their alliance, and this also extends down to the Mediterranean country. All 4 of those countries are kicked out. So they lose their entire European center, and that is extremely unfortunate. But this does get worse for the Assembly, because West Africa makes the decision to leave. They were a former Security Council member, and now if you take a look at Africa, man, there really isn't a lot of AN countries here. A majority of them are over in the Americas, and then the rest are over in Asia. But the AN's grasp over both Europe and Africa is very diminished. And it is now apparent that the dominant world order is of the New World Order, formed by the Unitarians in Mesopotamia. Taking a look at their members, they do have less than the AN. However, most countries in the world that are neutral are starting to favor the NWO over the AN because the AN has, fallen apart completely, and the NWO has been relatively stable this entire time. Speaking of the NWO, we actually have a few countries joining it, including the newly released Iberian country. Poland will officially choose a side as they go ahead and join the NWO for hopeful protection as well. Finland will go ahead and join. And for now, that does it for the expansion of the NWO. So they really come into Europe and they start to fill in a lot of the areas where the AN is lacking. If we take a look at the split, there is way more NWO countries in Europe than there are AN countries. And obviously, that is not the case in a majority of the other continents. So the NWO is still gaining on the AN here. Now, though, we're going to move over to South America, where we're going to be talking about this anarchist territory right here in the Ecuador area. And we're talking about this place because the leader of this large faction down here has gone ahead and taken complete control over this territory. He is now declared the official ruler here, and it actually becomes a country. They're able to put a stop to all the anarchy here, very brutally, very against the AN's conventions, but the AN is pretty powerless at this point, so what are they going to do? And he is going to rule with an iron fist, and he also declares that his country is going to take part in the neo-authoritarian movement. So officially, they are now a part of that movement. Now, notably, they're not invited to the military alliance with the rest of the Europeans and the Mediterraneans, and that's because, they don't really see them as valuable, and they're all the way over here. And your military isn't much, and you're surrounded. So, simply enough, the Europeans don't invite them to join the military alliance. They're not really actually a part of the order. They're just part of the ideology. And that's going to hurt the feelings of this guy. I mean, yeah, I kind of feel bad too. But to officially declare this as a country, they make their capital city down here in this major city, and they will begin to run as a country. Now, though, moving up from here, we're actually going right on over to Central America, where we're actually going to have them join an economic alliance. Now, notably, they're not joining South America's economic alliance because they're not South American. I mean, they kind of are right here, but they aren't considered South American in this world. And on top of that, they're going to join an economic alliance that just has stronger countries in it, and that alliance is the NATO alliance, the Northern Atlantic Trade Organization. Not to be confused with the real-life NATO. So they officially join NATO, and this alliance is now 3 members strong. Unitaria, Pacifica, very large nation, very economically strong nation, and good old Central America. Good for them. They've been very isolationist as of the entire series, so it's good for them to start to branch out. They tried that whole communism thing, didn't work, but here, they finally integrate their economy with some actual strong economies up here in North America. Speaking of North America, we're actually staying right in this region because we're going down to the gold team here, who is not joining NATO, but instead actually joining Pacifica. This is a pretty big move that is going to pretty much change the name of Pacifica because they border the Atlantic Ocean now. And let me know down in the comments below, what would you like to see this nation named as? It could stay as Pacifica and they just have Atlantic Coast, or it could change into something like Great California. I don't know. This is a really big country, and I don't think there's an exact definition for this. So I'll leave it to you guys. But yeah, the gold team is going to join it, and that's because the condition of the world, which is, I'm going to remind you for the 100th time in the last 3 episodes, very chaotic, very on the brink of anarchy in a lot of areas. The gold team wasn't in danger or anything like that, but they just felt like maybe that should be the decision they should make. They're surrounded by Mexico and America. Both of those countries have demonstrated in the past that they're willing to expand into smaller countries. And, Pacifica and the gold team, they've been building very strong relations. So why not go ahead and join that union? Because remember, Pacifica is a union of a bunch of different countries: Alaska, California, West Mexico, and now the gold team, and even Texas, I think, to an extent. So if you're a big Texas fanboy, because I do know there's a lot of those for some reason, Texas lives on now through Pacifica, through a union with California. How about that? Everyone is seething right now. It's horrible. They're calling me all kinds of names in Texas. But going from one gold team to another, all the way over here in Central Asia, we actually have a very similar story. Now, I did allude to this in the previous episode. After the Cyan team here was jumped, they were left very weak. And with the alternate commander taking over all of the forces, it has instilled mass hysteria in a lot of places, especially in the Cyan team here. Now, What do they have to worry about? They're very far away from any of the Alternites. Well, simply enough, people know that they're outmatched here, and they know that their world isn't ready to fight back against the Alternites, and with the actions in West Africa, it's apparent that, the Alternites might just start invading the whole world at any point. There's really no signal, they just start doing things whenever they want. So that's why there's so much hysteria, that's why there's so much panic. But back to this country here, they're weak, they were just invaded by the pink team, also invaded by the Seafoam Green country. They're weak, their economy's weak, the people are panicked, and they're at risk of going into anarchy, and once again, to solve that issue, they're going to go ahead and unite with the gold team, forming a much larger country here, one that is going to be pretty stable once the gold team is able to control these new areas. Now though, on the topic of Alternites, we're going to talk about what they do next. And what they do next is something that they've been waiting to do for a very long time. Now that the very brief civil war is over, and now that the new commander is in charge, he is taking an initiative to do what the Alternites, or what he thinks the Alternites need to do. And that includes wasting no time filling in the remainder of Atlantis, the remainder of all of Mauritius, and of course the remainder of all of Zealandia. Under his command, the Alternites have fully occupied all of the ancient continents. Their goals are complete, and that's because he initiated a very quick taking over of all these lands. He wanted it done as soon as possible, and he got his military to get it done. Something that the old commander was a little bit slow at doing. That's mostly because the old commander was also trying to peacefully assimilate, and then, the vice commander did the invasion of West Africa, and now that's not going to happen. There's no room for peaceful assimilation because the WICSO world is terrified of the Alternites, and they are pretty much ending all cooperation with them. Anyway, this is basically seen as the Alternites version of the 4th of July. This is like a big day for our nation here on Earth, and to celebrate, we're going to go ahead and invade a country. And luckily, there's opportune land over here where Vietnam used to be. However, due to the floods caused by the Alternites, it was flooded. It's now an island, the Malay Island. But it's also now notably a part of the Alternite civilization, and they take over yet another country on Earth. That means that they've taken over West Africa over here. They've taken over, of course, Madagascar. And officially now, they've taken over Malaysia. Additionally, they've also fought a war against West Africa, so really, under the command of this new leader, the Alternites are a lot more aggressive. And I do want to iterate once again that the old leader of the Alternites didn't order any invasion. He was very against forcibly integrating Earth. However, this new leader, like I've said many times already, is very for that. And like you see, he's done all these invasions. But finally, Earth is going to do something about the Alternites' expansion. They are tired of losing so many countries to the Alternites. They're tired of their people being slaughtered by these aliens. And what they do is they write a very strongly worded letter to the Alternites telling them to stop. What actually happens, though, is that the Assembly of Nations and the New World Order, the two competing world orders in this world, come together and make a joint statement that is essentially an ultimatum to the Alternites. That ultimatum states that if you attack any other country that is in the AN or in the NWO, you will face a combined coalition between both alliances. This is extraordinary. This is demonstrating that the AN and the NWO are actually working together. A few episodes ago, when the NWO first formed, of course, that would have been impossible, but due to the fact that the Alternites are now seen as the major threat to the world, and it has kind of knocked some sense into the people of the world, these two organizations are working together in the face of the Alternites. They have now jointly combined their global defense, and their militaries will act together should the Alternites attack any of their members. And the response of the Alternite leader to this is, he takes the paper, rips it up, he rolls it up into a joint and he smokes it. He laughs, basically. Yeah, no, that doesn't mean anything to him. The combined Alternite forces on Earth are still stronger than this world, even with their limited Alternite technology. So yeah, he doesn't really care about any kind of ultimatum. But seemingly from here, everything is going to start to go downhill for the WICSO world. And that's because the Alternites are going to announce the creation of the Alternite Dominion, an expansive alliance including all nations in the world that are going to become subjects of the Alternites. They are going to accept the commander's deal, and they are going to give up some of their freedoms, in exchange for not being obliterated. The Alternate Dominion, of course, will be ran by the Alternites themselves in Atlantis. This is, of course, the capital of the Alternites here on Earth. Now remember, all of the different Alternate countries on Earth, Atlantis, Doggerland, Mauritius, and Zealandia, they're all a part, technically, of the same country. They are, of course, ruled by the same person, the Alternate leader. So there's really only a need for one symbol on one country, and of course, it's going to be in the capital country of the Alternites, Atlantis. Now, the formation of the Alternate Dominion is a direct response to what the AN and the NWO just sent the Alternate leader. It's a response to that ultimatum, and it's a pretty brutal one because a country in the WICSO world will betray their own people and join the Alternate Dominion. The nation doing this is Australia. Fascist Australia has demonstrated already that they have extremely close ties with the Alternites. The land exchange was the first obvious sign of that. And from there, of course, we saw that the Alternites were in Australia, which defied the AN, the whole AN thing. Obviously, Australia left the AN, so that doesn't really bound to them. But they're actually the only country in the world that has publicly said that they allow the Alternites to come into their territory. And now, it is all clear. The Australians are on the side of the Alternites, but there really isn't a solid explanation as to why. We know that at first, the Australians were fascinated with the idea of the Alternates. They wanted to learn more. They wanted to know more. So there is a chance that the Australians know something that the rest of us don't, and that's why they've joined the Alternate Dominion. But at the same time, they might have just joined over fear. They're fearful of the Alternates because they know they are more powerful than them. But Australia joining in on the Alternate Dominion is world-changing. It's going to change history completely. Because humans have now officially betrayed humans, not in the way of, war, like of two countries fighting war betrayal, not that way. In a sense of they're choosing an alien race over their own people, their own planet. This will have detrimental effects to the mental health of the people of the world who are already caught up in all this alternate expansion stuff, this fear of the Alternites. Now, it is full throttle, crazy time. But also, on a more serious note, it's going to make a few countries start to consider this offer a little bit more seriously. If Australia joins it, and of course Australia is a very powerful military power, then maybe some other countries are going to start to join it because they see that Australia joined and they're like, oh, this is actually happening, so we need to, choose a side. We need to think for our country's future. Congratulations, Australia. You've officially changed the course of history. But now moving on up over back to Europe, we have a very interesting event happening here. And it's something that is going to be very concerning to the democracies of the world as the Romans go ahead and subscribe to the ideology of Aetus Pro. No, they subscribe to me. Yes, subscribe to me. But also, they subscribe now to neo-authoritarianism. Now, this is going to bring up a very interesting question. The Romans and the Dutch working together? Yeah, no, that's not happening. They still do not like each other, especially after what happened down here a few episodes ago. But what's actually happening here is that the leader of Rome is declaring a new government. He's declaring a new country, essentially. A country, of course, that he's going to lead without any defiance. Of course, it's a dictator, it's an authoritarian country now, which is something that Rome does a lot in history, but it's just in their nature, it's in their blood. But to be a little bit more clear on what I mean, he declares the reformation of the Roman Empire. It is officially back. After reconquering a majority of their core territory, the Romans felt as if they needed to allude back to history with the current state of the world. Europe has completely changed. Democracy is no longer the dominant ideology here. It is now, of course, authoritarianism. And to better fit in with that environment and to better exist, possibly, they changed their government over to authoritarianism. Because as it seems, democracy may not be as useful with the current state of the world. It might be weak, and it could even hinder the existence of countries as people vote for different things. The government is constantly changing. That is not good in a time of crisis, and more countries might start to become authoritarian because of that. Rome may have just been the first to do so. Now, once again, they are not aligned with the Dutch. They are not joining in on their military alliance at all. They are not interested in this. This is not what they do. The Dutch? No. Bad. They don't like the Dutch. They've never liked the Dutch. Well, there's been a time where they've cooperated, but still, no. Bad. Historic rival. No. Now, this is interesting, though, because the Romans aren't necessarily going to be allied with the Mesopotamians, who are still a democratic nation. If that changes, oh boy. But for now, of course, a majority of the countries in the world are still democratic, but like I've said, that could change very soon. But now zipping down to Africa Unitaria, we finally see the union take place. It has been delayed, and it's been in the work for a very long time, but the Lavender Country will finally join Africa Unitaria, and this country is huge. Possibly the biggest country in the world, maybe behind the Seafoam Green Country, but still, Africa Unitaria has become very powerful, and finally, the Lavender team can join. There's no longer a war blocking them, because remember last time, they were going to join, they were very close to joining, and then a whole war broke out. So of course they fought on the side of the country they were going to join, and now that it's officially over, and now that everyone is back to being relatively stable, the Lavender Country can make their official entrance into Africa Unitaria. On top of this, Africa Unitaria is now the dominant, influential force in Africa. Before, it was actually West Africa that had the majority of influence, but with them now gone, and with the Alternites here, the influence now shifts down to them. Now, they of course block off South Africa from having any influence because they're all the way down here, but the Unitarians are now starting to influence North Africa as well, and really, in this sphere of influence, we're seeing that it's kind of combining with Mesopotamia's sphere of influence. So there is a lot of Unitarianism happening in this part of Africa. That's not to say that there's going to be countries that are going to be, willing to join this country, but still, it's an interesting concept. But now heading on over to China. Not this China, the blue China. Since its independence, this country hasn't really done much of anything, and politically they've been kind of isolated, but today that's changing as they make the decision to join in on India's economic alliance. India's economic alliance is, they're definitely on the downfall here. Really, it's only India, and then of course, you have this country and Afghanistan, but other than that, there's not a lot happening here. India actually annexed most of the countries that were in their alliance. Peacefully, of course. There was no forceful annexation, but we'll get into that more here in a second. But finally, we see another country join this alliance. It was looking pretty dire there for a second, but hey, new member. And interestingly enough, it's a Chinese country, which, China and India historically haven't really gotten along all that well. China's been sabotaging India a lot. So I guess India gets one back on them here. They gain a new ally that is, once again, a Chinese country. But on the topic of India, there's a few things happening internally within this country. Now, to clear up some of the gaps in their political history, this government right now that is in charge of India is the same government, or the legacy of the same government that joined the military alliance with Greece, the anti-Mesopotamian military alliance, and unfortunately for India, that has been their main policy. They are obsessed with Mesopotamia. They're obsessed with fine-tuning their military to be able to invade Mesopotamia, and they're obsessed with logistics of Mesopotamia. They have drawn out multiple battle plans, most of them not successful, but hey, they're getting pretty close to having one that will actually work. Now, this is unfortunate for India because, once again, the leader here is obsessed with this. He's obsessed with Mesopotamia, so much so that he isn't doing much for his own people. And when you have a leader that is obsessed with foreign policy more than your own domestic needs in a time of chaos, more likely than not, the leader is probably going to be ousted from power. Issue is, just before the Alternites invaded West Africa and caused a ton of panic, he was reelected. And, the whole policy has since shifted, and the people no longer are caring about Mesopotamia, they're caring about the Alternites, and this dude hasn't shown any interest in addressing the fact that the Alternites are bordering them. Now, their alternate forces right here, and India hasn't done anything about it. This dude's obsession with Mesopotamia is so bad that he's leaving his own people in the dust, and he actually has another 6 years as president of this country. So, something needs to change. Good news! The opposition government has gained a lot of strength and has gained a popular vote by the people, and the people here will pretty much mandate the opposition government to overthrow the current government. All this is happening in this little yellow dot here, but it does lead to some stuff happening to India. While there will be very brief fighting between Indian forces and opposition forces within the capital city, there's going to be a few areas of India that are going to decide to leave. And I'm referring to the yellow team down here in the southernmost tip of India. They declare their independence during the great instability brought about by the fighting between the government forces and the opposition forces. And I do want to iterate that the fight between the two forces does take a few months to finally settle. And during those months, that's when we see these countries declare their independence. But we also see the purple team go ahead and declare their independence from India. This Bengali province also breaks away from India and declares its independence. And to add even further pressure to them, we have an autonomous region up here breaking away. These are a certain ethnic group of people that have always been an autonomous region of India and have links to a certain historic country And you could say that they might be the direct ancestor of a certain historic ancient empire, vast country, big lime country. And this is basically them reincarnated. This is their autonomous region, of course, getting independence. This was probably the most surprising declaration received by the new Indian government, which has finally consolidated power and beaten back the actual government. So the opposition forces win, and they install a new leader, which we'll get into here in a second. But in the time of the great instability of India, there was no actual official Indian civil war. Instead, we saw multiple autonomous regions declaring their independence. Remember, these two nations actually peacefully integrated into India, and this one has long been a part of India, but has also still been an autonomous region. They now get their independence after declaring it. Now, why does the Indian government allow this to happen? Why don't they move their forces back in? Well, simply enough, the new government is very knowledgeable of this history. They know that, this was a peaceful integration down here. So it doesn't make sense for India to reinvade these territories because they were always, countries that peacefully joined and they can peacefully leave. That's within their right. India doesn't care about this. This is useless land and there's not a lot of people here. Sure, have your independence, whatever. And then what about the autonomous region up here? There's kind of a large population here. Why would India just allow that to happen? Well, that's because the leader of India does not care about foreign policy. He is going to go into this kind of semi-isolationist state, although he's keeping his community, his economic community, within his interests. And to further demonstrate that he is willing to leave foreign policy behind, he makes the bold decision to remove India from the anti-Mesopotamian alliance, and that is a huge blow to Greece, because really that was the most military power in the alliance. That military alliance now only exists between the gold team, between Greece, and between Orange Afghanistan. Not the strongest of lineups, not gonna lie. And India leaving might just capitulate it, but for now it does hold on, and these three nations surrounding Mesopotamia will go ahead and ensure the continuation of their military alliance. Back to India though, like I said, they are going to pursue a kind of semi-isolationist state where they do finally care about their own people. They take care of all of their domestic issues, they address all problems, and their foreign policy, while being very limited, will only consist of dealing with the Alternites, which is a main policy point of the new leader of India, and dealing with their own economic allies, and of course their closest ally, Orange Afghanistan. As far as capital cities go, Pakistan, which is I think what I'm going to call it, will get their capital city right here. The purple team, of course, will receive their old one, and so will the yellow team. Actually, they won't, because it's not there anymore. Did I do that? I don't remember if there's a story with that or not. But they put their new capital all the way up here for obvious reasons. They want to be far away from the Alternites. Now, the reemergence of the yellow team is a very risky move. And they are very aware of that. They no longer have the military protection of India, which means that they might start to seek out said military protection. They might try to sign an alliance with India. Unfortunately for them, though, as we know, India isn't really interested in military alliances or foreign policy at this point, so Yellow Team might want to figure it out soon. But we do have to remember that if they end up joining in on either of the international orders, that they will simply just be protected by that one, and they'll be a part of the coalition that will form against the Alternites if any of those countries are attacked. So that's more likely than not what they're going to try to pursue. Anyway, heading on over to the green team over here. Guess what they're doing? They're expanding. This country is still the only monarchist territory in the world, and under the direction of their new king, they send their forces into the orange team. That is because the orange team is on the brink of collapse. Similar to other countries, they are going crazy, and they are the closest one to actually falling into anarchy of all the stable countries, and the green team's forces quickly move in, and really the orange team's military doesn't try to stop it. The green team is pulling off upset after upset after upset. They go ahead and take the capital city of the orange team, and very soon they are also joined by the forces of the purple team. The purple team wants their old land back. That's fair enough. They send their forces down and start to reclaim their old lost territory. And the story of the orange team is going to come to a crashing end finally, as both the former microstate of the green team and the purple team take on their revenge. Well, their revenge, their aggression. So with the unstable territory now under their control, they're going to do their best to use their military to suppress any of the violence or revolutionary kind of acts that are happening here, and they're going to put down all the anarchy through all means, which is a common theme of countries nowadays. That whole humanitarian, doctrine thing that's kind of in the past. The AN, that's so last year. Now we just do whatever we want because the AN doesn't have as much power. So yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty. And in this treaty here, I discovered that I was again wrong about the history of my own series. I don't think the purple team had any historic land here. I think it was actually the other way around. They were taking land from the orange team. But nonetheless, this treaty has the orange team ceasing to exist, as both the green team and the purple team split it fairly evenly. Ceasing to exist. Yes, they're seizuring out of existence. No, they're ceasing to exist. Difference. There's a difference in those words. But yeah, the green team pulls off yet another victory in a war where they probably should have lost, and the resurgence of this thing is pretty insurmountable. They could look to expand even further in the future, maybe even trying to reform that Caspian Empire that was all the way back in episode 1. Unlikely though, because that's an ancient empire that was thousands of years ago. It doesn't make sense for it to reform, guys. Anyway, moving on from this area and heading straight back on over to South Asia, we have a major development happening here with the Bengali countries. And that is that, first of all, they fill in all of the unclaimed territory here that is remnant of the old Bangladesh. That will look something like this, and then they decide to form a community. This is going to be a little bit different from your traditional old military or economic alliance, because essentially they are going to work together as one, just separate. And that's because the anarchism within this territory is still being micromanaged by each individual country. Coming under one whole Bangladesh country again would possibly reignite that movement and bring the country apart again. So in this instance, being separate and smaller is actually better for the overall nation of Bangladesh, which is of course consisting of this entire community. There just is no official Bangladesh state. So to represent this, they will all officially sign an economic alliance together that is also going to kind of function as a military alliance. Once again, this is a community of nations. They are independent, technically, however, they act as one in terms of foreign policy, kind of similar to the Russian HRA we saw a few decades ago. Very similar to that, if not maybe even the exact same, but the community of Bengali nations will come together and officially form, and they will actually get full international recognition from the NWO, not the AN though. The Assembly wants to only recognize one Bengali country, which there is none, so kind of stupid by the AN, but the NWO will recognize each and every individual one, which might pave a path for them to actually eventually join that international order if they want to. It does give them protection against the Ultranites, so it could be within their interests. But still dealing with anarchy territories, we're now heading on over to Sudan, where we have a few major developments that have been occurring here. Over the course of time since we last talked about it, the main Sudanese government has filled in a majority of the territory here. Notably though, there's also been some competition as the Dark Science Sudanese territory has done a lot of conquest of the other anarchist territories, and they filled in a considerable amount of land as well, wrapping all the way down and around the western area. And after it's all said and done, we're down to this. There are two Sudans, North Sudan and South Sudan. Isn't that ironic? Which one is the actual official Sudan? I've said before that this one was seen as kind of like the official Sudanese government, but this one has also offered itself as an official government. And really, there's like a lot of debate over it because they're really the same country, just different governments. There's no difference between the two. They're both Sudan, just there's a border between them, two different leaders. Governments function the same. It's kind of weird. Why don't they just unite together? Simply enough, the leaders have different philosophies as for the future of their nation. Both think that they should be the rulers of the United Sudan, and because of that, obviously, they can't unite together. Now, they don't want to fight a war against each other because that's not good for the people. Once again, these are the same two countries basically here, and, putting the people against each other will get them both kicked out of power. So it's best to probably not do that and try to figure this out politically. So they're going to go to the Assembly of Nations for help. Both leaders are going to give their case to the AN on the floor, and the Assembly of Nations will grant recognition to one of them. And of course, they're going to grant recognition to the one they feel has the better case, the one that had the better pitch. And the AN recognizes North Sudan, who joins the AN. This is to the dismay of South Sudan, who feels like they should be the true Sudan. They were, the larger country first, and they didn't really conquest all this territory. They did their expansion pretty peacefully. So why do they get recognition by the AN and we don't? So South Sudan will do something very interesting. They're going to go over to the NWO and ask for recognition. And what do you know? The NWO chooses to recognize them. So now there are two Sudans, North Sudan and South Sudan, both of them recognized by a different international order, And because of that, they still can't unite together. And because of that, the leaders are still mad at each other because they still feel like they should be the one leading Sudan. Now, obviously, though, unification is near impossible. So, the AN and the NWO have just ruined any chance of a united Sudan. Good job, international organizations. You messed up again. But now heading back on over to South America, we have a major event happening here as the South American bloc makes a interesting decision to oust the leader of this Ecuador. He's been in power for a very short amount of time, and in that amount of time, he has done some horrific things, and the AN hasn't done anything about it, so the South American military alliance is like, yeah, maybe we're going to step in and change something here. Now, South America as a whole is going through a very large change right now, which we will address as the final event of the video here in a second. But for now, Ecuador will be responsible for toppling this government, and they do so very quickly. That leader of Ecuador, not very popular. His military actually betrays him, and they kill him before Ecuador even gets there. Probably one of the weakest countries in the world, because it's mostly just rainforest, and now it's going to be annexed by Ecuador. Not because it couldn't be independent on its own once again, but because of, like, you know, the situation in the world, everyone's crazy, and the fact that this was an anarchist territory, it's best just to put them under the control of a country that is actually kind of stable, Ecuador. So they are mostly annexed by Ecuador. However, we do see a deal being made between the Brazilians, the Colombians, and the Ecuadorians over some land here. Basically, both Brazil and Colombia decided to buy some land off of Ecuador because they need more resources, because the Amazon rainforest has been mostly depleted at this point, which is not good for the environment, but we don't really talk about the environment here. Basically, trees here, a lot of trees here, and they need the trees because they've cut down a lot of the other trees in the Amazon rainforest. Now, though, a major event is uncovering as the Alternites are expanding their influence across the world. With Australia joining in on the Alternite Dominion, there has been a sudden shift in policy for many countries and one significant bloc. As I said earlier, Australia's decision to join the Alternate Dominion is a world-changing, history-changing event. They have betrayed humanity, and they have given the idea to other countries that, hey, joining the Alternites might be the way for existence because we know that they are going to try to forcibly assimilate us. And that oppression doesn't sound good for our people. So it might be of our best interest to just submit to the Alternites now, have that limited freedom they promised, and just be a part of Earth dominated by the Alternites. That's why Australia joined. No country thought that that would ever happen. And on top of that, no country was ever willing to make the initiative to be the first country to do so, but Australia went ahead and broke the mold. They did it. And like I said, that opens the door now for other countries to join in on the Alternate Dominion. And in a joint declaration to both the AN, the NWO, and the entire world, the following countries will declare their allegiance to the Alternate Dominion. They will be subjects of the Alternites now in the world. They don't want to fight the Alternites should the time come. They are simply subjugating themselves now. Tibet will join the Alternate Dominion, as does South Africa, Madagascar, West Africa, and a majority of South America. These countries all submit to the Alternites. They do not see a future where they can realistically win against an Alternate force invasion, and they don't think that fighting back is the correct choice for their people. They feel as if that for the survival of their people and for the survival of their own sovereign countries in the future, it is best to give up some of that freedom so you can exist. Remember, if you don't become subjects of the Alternites, like the commander said, you're going to get eviscerated. You're done. You're being invaded. It is not known how long the WICSO world has to make that decision, but these countries feel as if this is what they need to do. Now, there is a little bit of foul play in West Africa, and going back to the peace treaty we saw earlier, they join because they were forced to. That was part of the deal. We won't take as much land from you if you agree to become subjects. And West Africa kind of had their hand tied there. There wasn't much they could do to deny that. So West Africa is forced into the Alternate Dominion, and the world has taken yet another step away from unity, and a step towards a great war. A war between the Alternites and the WICSO world. For now, tensions will continue to escalate, but relations between the two groups will continue to wear down. On top of this, the overall threat of the Empire, the Great Galactic Empire, coming to Earth has put a lot of fear into both groups. The Alternites aren't scared of the WICSO world, they're scared of the Empire. The WICSO world isn't really scared of the Empire because they've never seen it before. they're scared of the Alternites. But the Alternites have officially established their influential dominion. Tibet, West Africa, a good chunk of South America, South Africa, and of course, Australia. Now quickly, covering South America real quick because there is a very obvious split here. Only a few of the South American countries decided to join the Alternate Dominion, and notably, the countries that did join are the ones in the Assembly of Nations, other than the Peruvians, who decided that that wasn't for them. Notably, joining in on the alternate domain also is going to go ahead and make these countries no longer a member of the AN. They all collectively leave the Assembly of Nations to be a part of the new alternate world order. So, a majority of South America leaves the Assembly of Nations. Now it is only Peru who, after seeing that happen, also decides to leave. The Assembly of Nations is no longer in South America. They have no control, no influence over an entire continent. Additionally, South Africa is leaving. A former Security Council member, no longer in it. That is a huge loss for the AN. Madagascar, of course, will leave. And so will Tibet, another former Security Council member. All of a sudden, the Assembly of Nations now only consists of 24 member states after once encompassing the entire world. There was a point where the entire world, every single country, was in the Assembly of Nations. It is now down to only 24 members. But with all those countries leaving, a few other countries are also influenced to leave. Orange Africa, for example, is no longer interested. Neither is the gold team, the green team down here, or the red team. Mexico will go ahead and make their exit, meaning that there are now only 19 Assembly of Nations countries. Where are they all at? Well, there's Pacifica, there's Hawaii, and there's Central America. Those are the North American ones. In Europe, it's Iceland, Ireland, Ukraine, Bulgaria, and Greece, and Crete. In Africa, Libya, North Sudan, and Tanzania. And then finally, over in Asia and Oceania, there's the Seafoam Green Country, the Gold Team, China, South China, India, Afghanistan, this thing, and also down here, of course, the Grey Papa Country. And this brings up a very, very important question. Is the Assembly of Nations officially in international order anymore? The answer to that question is no. The Assembly of Nations will now officially disband, marking the end of an era. The international order that once united the world and brought it together is no longer functioning. It no longer exists. The Assembly of Nations is gone. Without an international order, the world could erupt into even further chaos. Now, notably, this does mean that there's only one left. That one, of course, being the New World Order, which is open to all of the countries that are not alternate countries. But the New World Order is going to get a lot of looks now from a lot of neutral countries because the AN is no longer there, and there needs to possibly be some kind of international order to hold everyone together in the face of the alternates. The Assembly is gone, and that marks the end of a very, very long-lasting era. With that being said, that is going to be the end of today's episode. Now hold that thought. There's going to be a post-credit scene here. Pretty important if you ask me, if you want to look into what episode 100 is going to be like, which is complete chaos. Now, before I get to the full-on outro, there's a few things that I need to say. First of all, episode 100 does not have a release date. I do not know when it's going to come out. I would say probably mid to late February if I had to guess as of now. And that's not because I'm not going to work on it, but because what I have planned for episode 100 is going to take a lot of time to do. And of course, with the actual ending of the series, there's a few things that I need to do to give the story a complete end. So that's going to take some time. I've gotten the ending, like I know what I'm doing for the ending. But, you know, of course I have to write it with all the lore and stuff. I have to give the series a proper ending that everyone will like. And I've done that. I feel like that I have fully confidently created an ending that every single person will like. And that might sound surprising out loud, but it's true. I do believe that. Now, I'm not actually sure when you're seeing this video. Most likely, you're seeing this on, like, the last Saturday of January, I believe, January 31st. If not, you're seeing it February 7th or something. Whoa. And episode 99, I didn't think I was going to get it out in time for January 31st, which I'm pretty sure this is when you're seeing this. If not, something has gone horribly wrong. But I didn't think it would be done by now. But I actually, you know, had time to sit down and write out this whole episode. And obviously, it was a very eventful one, probably the most eventful episode in the series. My notes for this episode, very long. So I hope you guys did enjoy. I put a lot of time into writing this compared to the last couple of episodes. And this episode